Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Look, I need to tell someone about what happened to me because I still can't sleep properly and it's been eating away at me for weeks now. I know how this sounds. I know people are going to think I'm making this up or that I was just stressed from uni. But I swear on everything I hold dear that what I'm about to tell you is exactly what happened to me in my student accommodation in the UK. I'm American, doing my exchange year at this university, and when I first got assigned to the shared flat, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. It was one of those converted Victorian houses, really old but charming, with high ceilings and these huge windows. My roommate was this sweet British girl, and we got along immediately. The first 2 weeks were honestly perfect. We'd stay up late talking, cooking together, the whole proper university experience I'd dreamed about. But then the knocking started. It began maybe around the 3rd week of October. I remember because I'd just finished my midterm essays and was finally starting to relax. The first time it happened, I was lying in bed around 2 in the morning, just scrolling through my phone before sleep, when I heard this slow, deliberate knocking on my door. Not loud, not aggressive, just persistent. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I figured it was my roommate needing something, so I called out, "Come in!" But nothing happened. The knocking just stopped. I waited a few minutes, then got up and opened my door, but the hallway was completely empty and dark. Her door was closed, and I could hear her breathing deeply. She was definitely asleep. I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress, new environment, whatever. But it happened again. The next night. Same time, same pattern. This time I didn't call out, I just lay there listening to it. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. It went on for maybe 10 minutes before stopping abruptly. By the 4th night, I was dreading going to bed. The knocking had become this nightly ritual, always starting around 2 a.m., always the same pattern. I tried everything, playing music, wearing earplugs, even staying up until 3 to see if it would happen later. But no, it was always 2 a.m. on the dot. I didn't want to freak out my roommate, so I kept quiet about it for almost a week. But you can only pretend everything's normal for so long when you're barely sleeping. I was getting these dark circles under my eyes, jumping at every sound during the day, constantly exhausted. It was a Thursday night. I remember because we'd both just finished our Thursday classes and were sitting in our tiny living room area, sharing a bag of crisps and talking. The conversation had drifted to ghost stories, probably because I'd been acting so jumpy lately. My roommate was telling me about how old these buildings were, how students had been living in them for over a century. "Do you think places can actually be haunted?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Like, properly haunted?" She laughed, but not in a mean way. "I don't know, maybe." "Why, you think our place is haunted?" That's when it happened. The moment I'll never forget as long as I live. As soon as those words left her mouth, I felt it. This cold, distinct touch on my shoulder. Not a brush, not an accident. A deliberate touch, like someone placing their hand on my shoulder from behind. But I was sitting on the couch with my back to the wall, and my roommate was sitting across from me, at least 4 feet away. I must have gone white as a sheet because she immediately asked what was wrong. Did you just touch my shoulder?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What?" "No, I'm sitting over here." "Why?" I couldn't even explain it properly. How do you tell someone that you just felt a hand on your shoulder when there was nobody behind you? She kept asking if I was all right, if I felt sick, but I couldn't form the words. That touch felt so real, so deliberate, like someone was trying to get my attention. That night, the knocking was different. It wasn't just on my door anymore. It was moving, starting at my door, then shifting to what sounded like the walls, sometimes the ceiling. I lay there in my bed, completely rigid, listening to this invisible presence moving around our flat. My roommate never mentioned hearing anything, which somehow made it worse. The next day, Friday, I was a complete mess. I hadn't slept more than an hour, and I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was watching me. I decided I had to tell my roommate everything. We were both back from classes early, and I just couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I told her about the knocking, about the touch on my shoulder, about how I felt like we weren't alone in the flat. I expected her to think I was losing it, but instead, she got this really serious look on her face. "I didn't want to say anything," she said quietly, "but I've been having weird dreams since we moved in. Really vivid ones where I'm lying in my bed and there's someone standing at the foot of it, just watching me sleep. And sometimes I wake up feeling like someone's been in my room." We spent that afternoon trying to rationalize everything. Old buildings, settling foundations, maybe mice in the walls. But deep down, we both knew it wasn't mice making those perfectly timed knocks on my door. That evening, my mum called me on Skype. She always worried about me being so far from home, and she'd sent me this little silver cross to keep in my room for protection. It was nothing fancy, just something that had belonged to my grandmother, but it meant a lot to me. I'd hung it on a little nail above my desk, where it had been sitting perfectly fine for weeks. After the call, I went to make some tea in our shared kitchen. The flat was quiet. My roommate had gone to the library to study. I was just standing there waiting for the kettle to boil when I heard this crash from my room. My heart immediately started pounding. I knew that sound. Something had fallen. I walked slowly down the hall to my room and pushed open the door. The cross was lying on my desk, face down, but here's the thing that made my blood run cold. The nail was still in the wall, completely intact. The cross hadn't fallen off the nail. It had somehow moved forward, away from the wall, and landed on my desk. Gravity doesn't work that way. Things don't fall forward unless something pushes them. I picked up the cross with shaking hands. It wasn't damaged, but it felt cold, colder than it should have been. I hung it back up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had deliberately knocked it down. The weekend was when things really started escalating. Saturday night, we had some friends over. 5 of us total, including me and my roommate. We were in the kitchen making dinner, laughing and talking, when one of the drawers suddenly slid open by itself. Not violent, not slamming, just opening, smoothly and silently. We all saw it happen. Everyone stopped talking, stopped moving, just staring at this open drawer. One of our friends, this really practical guy named James, walked over and closed it. "These old places," he said, trying to lighten the mood, "probably just warped wood or something." But then the drawer slammed shut, hard, so hard that all the cutlery inside rattled and jumped. And this wasn't just any drawer. It was one of those soft, close ones that physically can't slam. I'd tried to slam it before when I was frustrated, and it was impossible. The mechanism prevents it. James jumped back like he'd been burned. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Finally, one of the girls whispered, "Maybe we should go somewhere else for dinner." But Sunday was when I knew for certain that something was very, very wrong. I was alone in my room, getting ready to go out with my roommate. She was in the bathroom getting ready, and I was standing at my dresser, putting on jewelry and doing my makeup. I had this big Yankee candle on the shelf above my dresser, one of those expensive ones that weighs like 2 pounds. It was sitting well back from the edge, completely stable. I was putting on mascara when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I turned just in time to see the candle flying through the air. Not falling, not sliding, flying. It traveled in an arc across my room and landed with a thud on my bed, about 6 feet away from where it had been sitting. I froze completely. mascara wand still in my hand, staring at the candle on my bed. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the mascara. There was no way that candle could have moved on its own. No vibrations, no wind, no logical explanation whatsoever. "Everything all right in there?" My roommate called from the bathroom. I couldn't answer. I literally couldn't make my voice work. I just stood there staring at the candle, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. That's when I saw him. My roommate came out of the bathroom and started walking down the hall toward the front door. The hallway had these motion sensor lights that would automatically turn on when someone walked through and turn off after a few minutes. She was walking toward the door when suddenly all the lights went out, plunging the hallway into darkness. But in that darkness, I could see a figure behind her. A massive, dark silhouette of a man, easily over 6 feet tall, following maybe 3 feet behind her. She couldn't see him because he was behind her, and she couldn't hear him because he wasn't making any sound. I wanted to scream, wanted to warn her, but again my voice wouldn't work. I just watched in horror as this enormous shadow figure followed her down the dark hallway. When she reached the front door, the lights automatically turned back on, and the figure vanished instantly. My roommate turned around, smiling, completely unaware of what had just happened. "Ready to go?" I managed to nod and grab my jacket, but I couldn't stop looking behind us as we left the flat. I kept expecting to see that figure again, kept feeling like something was watching us from the windows as we walked away. That night, when we came back, I couldn't bring myself to go to my room. I made some excuse about wanting to watch TV and slept on the couch in our living room. But even there, I could feel something moving around the flat. Soft footsteps, doors creaking, the sense of being watched. The next morning, I was exhausted and terrified, but I was also angry. I'd come to the UK for an amazing university experience, and this, whatever it was ruining it. I decided I needed to talk to our neighbors, see if anyone else had experienced anything weird. I started with the flat directly next to ours. The girl who answered the door looked tired, stressed out. When I introduced myself and mentioned I lived next door, her whole demeanor changed. "Oh my God," she said, "please tell me you've noticed weird things too." Turns out, she and her flatmate had been dealing with the exact same phenomena. Knocking at night, things moving on their own, the feeling of being watched. She told me that the flat above us had mentioned similar experiences, and even some of the people across the hall had complained to housing about disturbances. "There's something seriously wrong with this building," she said. "My flatmate and I are trying to get transferred, but housing keeps saying there's nothing available." Knowing that other people were experiencing the same things should have been comforting, but it actually made everything worse. It meant this wasn't just my imagination or stress from being in a new place. There was something genuinely wrong with our building, something that was affecting multiple flats, multiple people. I went back to my flat feeling more unsettled than ever. My roommate was in class, so I was alone. I decided to call my parents and tell them everything that had been happening. Maybe they could help me figure out what to do, or at least talking about it would make me feel better. I was sitting on my bed, phone in hand, when the knocking started, but it wasn't 2 a.m. It was barely noon. And it wasn't the slow, patient knocking I'd gotten used to. This was aggressive, urgent, bang, 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 pause, bang, bang, bang. It was coming from my door, but when I looked through the peephole, there was nobody there. The knocking continued, getting louder and more insistent. Bang, 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 bang. I pressed myself against the far wall of my room, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The knocking went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, suddenly, complete silence. I waited another 10 minutes before I got up the courage to open my door. The hallway was empty, of course, but there was something different. The air felt thick, oppressive, like right before a thunderstorm. And there was this smell, not bad exactly, but old. like dusty books and old wood and something else I couldn't identify. I grabbed my laptop and left the flat. I spent the rest of the day in the university library trying to research the history of our building. I found some old newspaper articles about the street, some historical records, but nothing that would explain what we were experiencing. That evening, my roommate and I sat down and had a serious conversation about what was happening. She admitted that she'd been having nightmares every night since moving in, always featuring the same tall, dark figure standing in various places around our flat. She'd also been finding things moved around in her room. Books that she'd left on her desk would be on the floor. Clothes that had been hanging up would be scattered around. "I think we need to tell someone," she said. "The housing office or maybe even the police." But what would we tell them? That we thought our flat was haunted? That we'd seen things moving on their own and felt invisible hands touching us? They'd think we were having some kind of shared psychotic episode. That night, neither of us slept. We pushed our beds together in the living room and left every light in the flat on. We could hear it moving around, footsteps in the hallway, doors opening and closing, and always that feeling of being watched. Around 4 in the morning, we both heard it clearly. The sound of someone walking up and down the hallway outside our living room. Back and forth, heavy footsteps that definitely didn't belong to either of us. We held hands and waited for morning, too terrified to even look toward the hallway. The next day, Monday, I was supposed to have classes, but I couldn't function. I'd barely slept in a week. I was jumping at every shadow, and I felt like I was losing my mind. My roommate wasn't much better. She looked pale and exhausted, and she kept looking over her shoulder like she expected to see something following her. We decided to skip classes and go to the housing office together. We needed to request a transfer, and we didn't care how crazy we sounded doing it. But we never made it to the housing office. We were getting ready to leave, both of us moving quietly around the flat, like we were trying not to disturb something when it happened. The final thing that made us both grab our essential belongings and run. I was in my room, stuffing clothes into a backpack, when I heard my roommate scream from the kitchen. Not a startled yelp or a surprised shout, a full, terror-filled scream that made my blood freeze. I ran to the kitchen and found her backed against the far wall, staring at the counter in absolute horror. Every single cabinet door and drawer was opening and closing by itself. Not all at once, but in sequence, like invisible hands were systematically going through our kitchen. Open, close, open, close. The soft, close mechanisms made it even more eerie. There was no slamming, just this methodical, deliberate opening and closing. We stood there watching this impossible scene for maybe 30 seconds before my roommate grabbed my arm and said, "We're leaving right now." We didn't pack properly, we didn't call anyone. We just grabbed our laptops, some clothes and our passports and walked out of that flat. My roommate called her friend who lived across town and we spent the night on her couch. The next day, we went to the housing office and demanded an immediate transfer. We didn't mention the supernatural stuff. We just said there were serious maintenance issues and we felt unsafe. The housing officer was surprisingly accommodating, almost like this wasn't the first time someone had requested an emergency transfer from our building. We got moved to a different accommodation across campus that same week. A modern building with bright lights, thin walls, and absolutely no character. It was perfect. But here's the thing that still haunts me. We left some stuff behind in the old flat because we'd been too scared to go back and pack properly. About a month later, my roommate got a call from housing saying they needed us to collect our remaining belongings because they were renovating our old flat. Neither of us wanted to go back, but we needed our stuff. We arranged to meet there with a housing officer present, thinking that having an official person there would make us feel safer. The housing officer was this middle-aged woman who seemed completely matter-of-fact about the whole thing. She unlocked the flat and walked in ahead of us like it was no big deal. But the moment we stepped inside, I could feel it. That oppressive atmosphere, that sense of being watched, the smell of old dust and something else. Our belongings were not where we'd left them. Books that had been on shelves were stacked in neat piles on the floor. Clothes were folded and arranged in ways that neither of us folded them. My grandmother's cross, which I'd left on my desk, was hanging from the light fixture in the center of my room. The housing officer seemed completely oblivious to any of this. She just stood there checking items off a clipboard while my roommate and I quickly gathered our things, trying not to look too closely at how everything had been rearranged. As we were leaving, I asked the housing officer if they'd had maintenance people in the flat. "No," she said. "It's been locked up since you left. Nobody's been inside." My roommate and I exchanged looks but didn't say anything else. That was 3 months ago, and I still think about that flat almost every day. I finished my exchange year and came back to the States last month, but I keep wondering what happened to the people who moved in after us. Did they experience the same things? Are they lying awake at night listening to knocking on their doors? I never found out what was in that building, what was causing all those impossible things to happen. I tried researching the history more thoroughly after I got back home, but I couldn't find anything definitive. Old buildings have old histories, and not all of those histories get recorded properly. But I know what I experienced. I know what my roommate experienced. I know what our neighbors experienced. There was something in that building, something that didn't want us there, something that was trying to communicate with us in the only way it knew how. Sometimes, when I'm lying in my bed back home in my perfectly normal, completely quiet apartment, I find myself listening for knocking on my door. Part of me misses it, which is insane, I know. But there was something almost personal about it. Like whatever was there had chosen to interact with me specifically. I've never told this story to anyone back home. My friends and family know that I had some housing issues during my exchange and had to transfer accommodations. But I've never gone into detail about why. Who would believe me? Even now, writing this all out, I can barely believe it myself. But it happened. All of it. And somewhere in the UK, in a converted Victorian house that's probably full of new students by now, something is still knocking on doors at 2 a.m., still moving things around when people aren't looking, still following people down dark hallways. I just hope whoever's living there now is braver than I was. Or maybe I hope they're smart enough to run sooner than we did. Because looking back on it now, I think whatever was in that flat was just getting started with us. I think if we'd stayed longer, things would have gotten much, much worse. And sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I swear I can still feel that cold touch on my shoulder, reminding me that some experiences never really end. They just follow you home. Story 2. I need to tell someone about what happened to me at Walgreens back in 2014 because it's been eating at me for years and I still can't make sense of it. I know how crazy this is going to sound, but I swear on my life that every single word of what I'm about to tell you is exactly what happened. I've gone over it in my head thousands of times, and I still get this sick feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. It was a Tuesday night in October, around 9:30 or 10 p.m. I remember it being a Tuesday because I'd just finished this hellish statistics class that only met on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I was completely drained. I had this routine where I'd stop by the Walgreens on my way home to grab a drink and maybe some snacks, just to decompress before heading back to my apartment. This particular Walgreens was about 3 blocks from my place. Nothing fancy, just your typical pharmacy chain store. I'd been there probably 50 times before. Same fluorescent lighting that made everything look slightly green. Same squeaky shopping cart wheels. Same bored cashier who never looked up from her phone. It was familiar, predictable, safe. I grabbed one of those hand baskets and started walking through the aisles. I needed some ibuprofen because I'd been getting these tension headaches from studying. And I wanted to pick up some of those frozen meals for quick dinners. Nothing exciting, just regular life stuff. I was in the frozen food aisle, standing in front of the freezers trying to decide between two different brands of pizza, when I heard someone behind me say, "Hey there, how's it going?" I turned around and saw this guy, probably in his mid-30s, average height, brown hair, wearing jeans and a dark blue hoodie. Nothing particularly memorable about him, except that he had this really warm, familiar smile, like he was genuinely happy to see me. The kind of smile you give to someone you haven't seen in a while, but you're really glad to run into. Here's the thing, though. I had absolutely no idea who this guy was. I mean, zero recognition. But he was looking at me like we were old friends or something. "Hey," I said back, trying to be polite, but also trying to figure out if I was supposed to know him. Maybe he was from one of my classes, or maybe I'd met him at a party and just forgotten. "So, how have you been?" he asked, and I could tell he was expecting a real answer, not just small talk. "Are you still working for Joe?" The moment he said that name, I felt this weird chill run down my spine. Joe was my old boss from when I worked at the campus bookstore during my sophomore and junior years. I'd graduated the previous spring, so it had been almost a year and a half since I'd worked there. It wasn't a job I talked about much. It was just stocking shelves and working the register, nothing exciting. Most people in my life didn't even know I'd worked there. No," I said, still trying to place this guy. "I graduated last year, haven't worked there in a while." He nodded like that made perfect sense. Right. Joe mentioned you'd moved on. That's awesome, man. He always said good things about you." Now I was really confused. How did this stranger know about Joe? How did he know I'd worked for Joe? And why was he talking about Joe like they knew each other personally? "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm having a total brain freeze here." "Do we know each other? How do you know Joe?" The guy's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at me like I was joking around with him. "Come on, don't mess with me like that. It's me, it's..." And then he said a name, but I honestly can't remember what it was, because I was so focused on trying to figure out what was happening. "Joe's my dad," he continued. And that's when my brain just completely stopped working for a second. Joe's son? That was impossible. I knew Joe pretty well. We'd worked together for almost 2 years, and he'd always been really open about his family. He had 2 daughters, both in high school when I knew him. Sarah and Michelle, I think their names were. He used to show me pictures of them, complain about having to drive them to soccer practice, talk about how expensive it was to have 2 teenage daughters. He definitely, absolutely, 100% did not have a son. "Joe has 2 daughters," I said slowly, feeling like I was in some kind of weird dream. "Sarah and Michelle." "Yeah, my sisters," he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "How do you not remember me?" "We met like 6 or 7 times when you were working at the bookstore. I'd come by to pick up Dad sometimes, or to grab lunch with him." I just stared at this guy. My heart was starting to beat faster, because this conversation was getting really weird, really fast. I remembered Joe's routine pretty clearly. His wife would pick him up most days, sometimes one of his daughters if they needed the car. I'd never, not once, seen this guy before in my life. "I think you might have me confused with someone else," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I definitely would remember meeting Joe's son. His face went from confused to genuinely shocked, like his mouth actually dropped open a little bit. "Dude, what? You're kidding, right? You worked with my dad for like 2 years. We've talked about college, about your major. You helped me carry groceries to his car one time when his back was acting up." None of that had ever happened. I was absolutely certain. I have a pretty good memory, especially for interactions with people, and I definitely would have remembered meeting my boss's son multiple times, especially if we'd had actual conversations. "I think there's been some kind of mix-up," I said. "I really don't know you. And Joe doesn't have a son." That's when things got really unsettling. This guy's whole demeanor changed. He wasn't friendly and warm anymore. He looked genuinely disturbed, like I'd just told him something that shook his entire worldview. "What are you talking about?" he asked, and his voice had this edge to it now. "Of course my dad has a son." I'm his son. You know me. We've known each other for years. I was starting to feel really uncomfortable. This guy was either having some kind of mental episode, or he was confusing me with someone else, or I don't know. There was something about the way he was looking at me that made my skin crawl. It wasn't angry or threatening exactly, but it was intense in a way that made me want to get away from him. Look, I said, taking a small step back toward the main aisle. I think you've got me mixed up with someone else. I need to finish shopping. But he wasn't letting this go. He followed me as I started walking toward the pharmacy section, still talking. You're the guy who worked at the campus bookstore, right? You helped students find textbooks, worked the register. You had that statistics class you were always complaining about? The statistics class thing stopped me dead in my tracks. I was taking statistics that semester, that exact semester, fall of 2014. It was my most challenging class, and I probably had complained about it to Joe at some point. But how would this random stranger know that? How do you know about my statistics class? I asked, turning to face him again. Because we've talked about it multiple times. You said it was kicking your ass and you were worried about your GPA. My dad was trying to help you figure out if you could drop it without it affecting your financial aid. That conversation had happened, sort of. I had talked to Joe about maybe dropping the class, and he had helped me look into the financial aid implications. But that was a private conversation between me and my boss. I'd never discussed it with anyone else, especially not some stranger I'd never met. Who are you? I asked, and I could hear the tension in my own voice. How do you know these things about me? I'm Joe's son, he said, getting frustrated now. We've met. We know each other. What is wrong with you? The whole store suddenly felt too quiet. I looked around and realized that we were basically alone in this section of the store. The cashier was way up front and I couldn't see any other customers. It was just me and this guy who knew impossible things about my life and kept insisting we had a relationship that had never existed. I'm going to go, I said, abandoning my basket and starting to walk quickly toward the front of the store. He followed me, still talking. Wait, seriously, what's going on? Why are you acting like you don't know me? Did something happen? Are you okay? I speed walked all the way to the front of the store, grabbed the first thing I could reach, a pack of gum, and got in line behind the only other customer. The guy followed me the whole way, standing maybe 3 feet behind me, still trying to get me to acknowledge that I knew him. Listen, he said quietly. If I did something to upset you, I'm sorry. But this is really weird. You're acting like we've never met, but we have, multiple times. I don't understand what's happening right now. The customer in front of me paid and left. I stepped up to the register, put down my pack of gum, and tried to ignore the guy behind me. The cashier looked bored and tired, like she couldn't care less about whatever drama was playing out in her line. $2.19, she said. I handed her $3, took my change and my gum, and headed for the door. The guy followed me outside. Please, he said as I walked toward my car, just tell me what's going on. I'm really confused here. I stopped and turned to face him one last time. I don't know you, I said as clearly as I could. I have never met you before tonight. Joe does not have a son. I don't know how you know things about my life, but we are not friends. We have never talked before, and I need you to leave me alone. His face went completely white. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could see that he was genuinely shaken by what I'd said. Not angry, not defensive, just completely bewildered. But, he started to say, then stopped. This doesn't make sense. You're the guy from the bookstore. I know you are. You have to be. I'm not, I said, getting into my car. I'm really not. I drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The whole encounter had lasted maybe 15 or 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, trying to figure out what had just happened. The thing that scared me the most wasn't that he'd known my name or that I worked at the bookstore. That information wasn't exactly secret. What scared me was how specific his knowledge was. The statistics class I was currently taking, my financial aid concerns, private conversations I'd had with Joe, things that only Joe and I would have known about. When I got home, I immediately got on Facebook and searched for Joe. I found his profile and scrolled through his photos, looking for any sign of a son. There were plenty of pictures of his wife, his 2 daughters, family gatherings, vacations. No son, not in any of the photos going back years. I looked at his basic information. It listed his children, Sarah and Michelle. No son. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with figuring out who that guy was. I drove by the Walgreens several times hoping to see him again, but he was never there. I asked around at school to see if anyone knew a guy who fit his description and claimed to be connected to the campus bookstore. Nothing. I even went back to the bookstore to talk to Joe. I hadn't seen him since I'd graduated, and he seemed genuinely happy to see me. We caught up for a few minutes, and then I worked up the nerve to ask him about his family. "How are Sarah and Michelle doing?" I asked. "Great. Sarah's a senior now, looking at colleges. Michelle's playing volleyball, keeps us busy driving them around to everything. And that's it? Just the 2 girls?" Joe gave me a weird look. "Yeah, just the 2. Why?" I didn't know how to explain without sounding crazy, so I just said I thought I'd heard him mention a son once. "Nope," Joe said, laughing. "Just the girls. Trust me, 2 teenage daughters is more than enough kids for anyone." That should have been the end of it. I had confirmation that Joe only had 2 daughters, no son. The guy at Walgreens had either been confused or lying or having some kind of episode. Case closed, but it wasn't closed, not for me, because I couldn't stop thinking about how detailed his knowledge had been, how genuine his confusion seemed when I didn't recognize him, how absolutely convinced he was that we knew each other. I started having these weird dreams where I was back at the bookstore, and this guy was there talking to Joe like they really were father and son. In the dreams, I recognized him, knew him well, could remember all the conversations he'd mentioned. Then I'd wake up and the memories would fade immediately, leaving me more confused than ever. Months went by, and I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind. I told myself it was just one of those weird encounters you have sometimes, the kind of thing that seems important at the time, but doesn't really mean anything. But then, about 6 months later, something happened that brought it all rushing back. I was at a coffee shop near campus, studying for finals, when I overheard a conversation at the table behind me. 2 students were talking about some guy who'd had a psychotic break and had been going around town approaching strangers, convinced that he knew them from some parallel version of his life. Apparently he was telling people they knew his father, describing all these detailed interactions that never happened, one of them was saying. His family had to have him hospitalized. I turned around and asked them what the guy looked like. The description they gave could have fit a lot of people, but when they mentioned he'd been particularly focused on people connected to the campus bookstore, I felt that same chill I'd felt in Walgreens. "Do you know what happened to him?" I asked. "Last I heard, he was still in treatment somewhere. The doctors think he'd been living in this elaborate fantasy world where he had different relationships with people, different family members. It was really sad, actually." I never found out if that was the same guy I'd encountered, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. The explanation that he was having a mental health crisis makes the most sense, and it's what I tell myself when I need a rational explanation for what happened. But here's the thing I can't shake. In all my years, before and since that night, I've never had someone approach me with such specific, accurate information about my life, while being completely wrong about our relationship. If he was delusional, how did he know about my statistics class? How did he know about my conversation with Joe regarding financial aid? How did he know I'd worked at the bookstore at all? And why, in those dreams I had afterward, could I almost remember him? Why did he seem so familiar in the dreams, like I really had known him, like there really had been a version of my life where Joe had a son and I'd met him multiple times? Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering about parallel universes, about the possibility that somewhere out there is a version of reality where Joe did have a son, where I did know that guy, where our encounter at Walgreens would have been a normal, friendly reunion between acquaintances. And sometimes I wonder if that night at Walgreens something went wrong. If somehow for just a few minutes I slipped sideways into a reality that wasn't quite mine, where the details were almost right, but not exactly, where Joe had 3 children instead of 2, where I had memories and relationships that belonged to a different version of myself. I know how that sounds. I know it's probably just the explanation my brain came up with to make sense of something that didn't make sense. But 10 years later, I still can't walk into a Walgreens without looking around, half expecting to see that guy again, half terrified of what he might say to me if I did. Because what if next time I remember him? What if next time he's right and I'm the one who's confused about which reality I belong to? Story 3. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me in that house back in 1967, but I can't keep it inside anymore. It's been eating away at me for decades, and I need to get it out before I lose my mind completely. I know people are going to think I'm crazy, but I swear on everything I hold sacred that every single word of this is true. I was a junior at Indiana University, and like most college students, I was broke as hell and looking for cheap housing. When I saw the listing for a room in this old house near the original campus, the rent was so low I figured there had to be a catch. The landlord was this older guy who seemed really eager to get someone in there fast, which should have been my first red flag, but I was desperate. The house was built sometime in the 1880s, this massive Victorian thing that had been chopped up into a weird duplex situation. My side was the larger portion, with a living room, kitchen, 1 bedroom, and a bathroom. The whole place felt wrong from the moment I walked in, but I convinced myself it was just because it was old and had that musty smell that old houses get. The landlord kept emphasizing how quiet the neighborhood was, how perfect it would be for studying, but he had this nervous energy about him that made me uncomfortable. He kept glancing around like he expected something to happen, and he rushed through, showing me the place so fast I barely got a good look at everything. Previous tenant left some furniture, he said, gesturing to this old electric organ pushed against one wall and a folding chair that was wedged between the organ and the wall. You can use it or get rid of it, whatever you want. I moved in on a Thursday in late September. The first few nights my roommate was there, this guy from my economics class who was splitting the rent with me. Everything seemed normal enough, just your typical rundown college housing. Sure, the floorboards creaked a lot and the pipes made weird noises, but I'd lived in old buildings before. But then came that first night I was alone. My roommate had gone to visit his girlfriend for the weekend, so it was just me in this big, creepy house. I'd spent the evening studying for a history exam, sitting at the kitchen table with my books spread out, trying to memorize dates and names. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night and headed to bed. I fell asleep easily enough, but at exactly 3 a.m., and I know it was exactly 3 because I looked at my alarm clock, I was jolted awake by the most incredible noise I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like someone was playing drums on every single flat surface in the living room, not just tapping or knocking, but full-on drumming, like a whole percussion section had set up in there. The coffee table, the walls, the top of that old organ, even what sounded like the floor. Everything was being pounded on simultaneously with this relentless, thunderous rhythm. The sound was so loud, it felt like the whole house was shaking. I lay in bed, completely paralyzed with terror, listening to this impossible cacophony coming from just down the hall. It wasn't random noise either. There was a pattern to it, like an actual drum beat, complex and coordinated. I grabbed my alarm clock and held it close to my face. 3:05 a.m. The drumming continued, never letting up, never changing tempo. 3:08, 3:10. It just went on and on, this deafening percussion that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably only about 10 minutes, I forced myself to get up. I had to know what was causing this noise. Maybe pipes had burst. Maybe the neighbors were having some kind of party. Maybe there was a logical explanation. I crept down the short hallway toward the living room, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The closer I got, the louder the drumming became. It was so intense that I could feel it in my chest, vibrating through my whole body. I reached the doorway between the hall and the living room and stopped. The noise was deafening now, like standing next to a construction site. I took a deep breath, stepped through the doorway, and the instant, and I mean the absolute instant, my foot crossed the threshold, everything stopped. Complete silence. Not gradual, not fading away, just immediate, total quiet. I stood there in the dark living room, my ears ringing from the sudden absence of sound. I fumbled around until I found the light switch and flicked it on. Everything looked exactly the same as when I'd gone to bed. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was out of place. The coffee table was where it always was. The organ was against the wall. The folding chair was still wedged in its spot. But I knew what I'd heard. That wasn't pipes, that wasn't neighbors, that wasn't anything normal. I checked every inch of that living room, looking for some explanation. I even went outside to see if there was construction equipment nearby, anything that could have made that noise. Nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking coffee and trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress from school, maybe. Or maybe the house had weird acoustics that amplified normal sounds from outside. When my roommate came back on Sunday, I didn't tell him what had happened. How could I? Hey, by the way, the other night invisible drums woke me up at 3 a.m. He would have thought I was losing my mind. But a few days later, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I had this friend from my psychology class, and we were hanging out in the living room, just talking about school and life. The conversation somehow drifted to weird experiences, ghost stories, that kind of thing. You know, I said, trying to sound casual, I had the strangest thing happen here the other night. I started telling him about the drumming, describing how loud it had been, how it had stopped the instant I walked into the room. My friend was listening with this skeptical but amused expression, probably thinking I was exaggerating or making it up for entertainment. I was right in the middle of describing the sound when it happened. One of the books from the small bookshelf next to the organ just launched itself into the air. Not fell, not slipped off, launched. It flew in a perfect arc across the room and landed with a thud on the floor right between where we were sitting. We both froze. My friend's face went completely white and he was staring at the book like it was going to explode. "Did you see that?" I whispered. He nodded slowly, not taking his eyes off the book. "That book just flew off the shelf." "Yeah," he said quietly. "It did." We sat there for a long moment, neither of us moving. Finally, my friend stood up very carefully and walked over to where the book had landed. It was a textbook I'd had from freshman year, something I hadn't touched in months. "This thing weighs like 3 pounds, he said, picking it up. "There's no way it just fell. And even if it did, it wouldn't have traveled this far." He was right. The book had flown at least 4 feet from the shelf, clearing the coffee table completely. There was no logical explanation for how it could have ended up where it did. My friend left pretty soon after that, and I could tell he was shaken up. Before he walked out the door, he turned to me and said, "Maybe you should find a different place to live." I started thinking about it seriously after that. The drumming could have been explained away somehow, but having a witness to the book incident made it real in a way that scared me. I began paying attention to other weird things about the house that I'd been ignoring, like how the temperature would drop suddenly in certain spots for no reason, or how I'd sometimes hear footsteps upstairs even though there was no upstairs on my side of the duplex, or how my roommate had started complaining about having trouble sleeping, saying he felt like someone was watching him at night. I decided to talk to the neighbors, see if anyone else had noticed anything strange about our house. The first few people I approached were polite but didn't seem to know anything. But then I talked to this older man who lived in the house directly behind us. "Oh, you're living in the old Hendricks place," he said when I described where I was staying. "How long you been there?" "About 6 weeks, I told him. He shook his head. "You won't make it to Christmas." "Nobody ever does." That stopped me cold. "What do you mean?" "I've been living here 8 years, he said. "That house has had more tenants than I can count. Students mostly like you. They come and go so fast the landlord stopped bothering to change the mailbox. Nobody stays more than a year, and most don't make it past a few months." "Why?" I asked, though I was starting to suspect I already knew. "They all say the same things. Noises at night, things moving around, feeling like they're not alone. Most of them just pack up and leave in the middle of the night without saying a word." He looked at me seriously. "Whatever's in that house, it doesn't like company." That conversation should have been enough to make me start packing immediately. But I was broke, and finding new housing in the middle of the semester would have been nearly impossible. I convinced myself I could tough it out until the end of the school year. That was a mistake. Things escalated quickly after I talked to the neighbor. It was like whatever was in the house knew that I knew about it, and it didn't appreciate the attention. The drumming started happening more frequently, not just at 3 a.m. anymore, but at random times. I'd be studying and suddenly hear that thunderous percussion coming from another room. Every time I'd go to investigate, it would stop the moment I entered the space. Objects started moving around when I wasn't looking. I'd leave a coffee cup on the kitchen counter and find it in the living room an hour later. Books would be on the floor in the morning, even though I distinctly remembered leaving them on the desk. My roommate was getting increasingly agitated too. He started talking about having vivid nightmares, dreams where he was being chased through the house by something he couldn't see. He was spending more and more time at his girlfriend's place, which left me alone in the house more often. The worst incident happened on a Tuesday night in late November. I remember the date because it was exactly a week before Thanksgiving break, and I was counting down the days until I could go home for a few days. My roommate was at his girlfriend's again, so I was by myself. I'd been studying in the living room, sitting on the couch with my psychology textbook open on the coffee table. The folding chair that had been wedged between the organ and the wall since I moved in was still in its usual spot. I'd never bothered to unfold it or move it. Around 10 p.m., I decided to take a break and make some coffee. I went to the kitchen, put the kettle on, and stood there, waiting for it to boil. The house was completely quiet, except for the normal settling sounds that old houses make. Then I heard this grinding metallic sound coming from the living room. It was the sound of metal scraping against metal, followed by what sounded like the creak of hinges that hadn't been oiled in decades. I walked back to the living room and stopped dead in the doorway. The folding chair was in the middle of the room. Not just moved, it had been unfolded and was sitting upright in the center of the space, like someone had carefully set it up for someone to sit in. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could see scratches on the hardwood floor where it had been dragged from its position against the wall. There was no way that chair could have moved by itself. It had been wedged tightly between the organ and the wall, and it would have taken considerable force to pull it free. Plus, Folding chairs don't unfold themselves. Someone would have had to deliberately open it up and position it. I stood there staring at this chair for probably 10 minutes, trying to process what I was seeing. The kettle in the kitchen started whistling, but I couldn't move. I was completely transfixed by this impossible sight. Finally, I forced myself to walk over to the chair. I touched it gingerly, half expecting it to be hot or cold or somehow different, but it felt like a normal metal folding chair. I folded it back up and carried it to its original position, wedging it firmly between the organ and the wall. I never made that coffee. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the kitchen with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. But the absolute worst, the thing that finally made me pack my bags and get out of there, happened 3 days later. It was a Friday night, and my roommate had told me he was going to spend the weekend at his girlfriend's place. I'd gone to bed around midnight after studying for finals. I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night to the sound of someone using the bathroom. The toilet flushing, water running in the sink, normal bathroom sounds. I figured my roommate had come back for something he'd forgotten. I could see light under my bedroom door. He'd turned on the bathroom light, which was right across the hall from my room. I heard footsteps moving from the bathroom toward the living room, and then the sound of someone settling onto the couch. The springs creaked, and I could hear the soft sounds of someone getting comfortable. I rolled over and went back to sleep, not thinking anything of it. When I woke up the next morning, I shuffled out to the kitchen to make coffee. As I passed the living room, I glanced over at the couch to say good morning to my roommate. The couch was empty. Not just empty. It looked like nobody had been on it at all. The cushions weren't depressed. There was no blanket or pillow, nothing to suggest someone had slept there. "Hey!" I called out, thinking maybe he was in the bathroom. No response. I checked the bathroom. Empty. I checked his bedroom. Empty. His bed hadn't been slept in. I was confused, so I called him. He answered on the third ring, and I could tell from the sleepy sound of his voice that I'd woken him up. "Did you come back to the house last night?" I asked. "What? No. Why would I do that? I've been here all night." "Are you sure? I heard someone using the bathroom around 3 a.m. and then they went and lay down on the couch." There was a long pause. "Dude, I've been at my girlfriend's since Thursday afternoon. I haven't been to the house at all." That's when the real terror hit me. I hadn't imagined the sounds. I'd heard them clearly. The toilet, the sink, the footsteps, someone settling onto the couch. But there had been nobody there. I hung up the phone and walked slowly back to the living room, looking at that empty couch. If my roommate hadn't been there, who had I heard? What had made those sounds? I started looking around the house more carefully. The bathroom didn't look like anyone had used it. The towels were dry, there was no water in the sink. But I knew what I'd heard. Those weren't dream sounds or imagination. They were real, clear, unmistakable sounds of someone moving around the house. That afternoon, I started packing. I didn't care about losing my deposit or having to find emergency housing. I couldn't spend another night in that place. As I was stuffing my clothes into boxes, I kept thinking about what the neighbor had told me. Nobody stays more than a year. They all report the same phenomena. I was just the latest in a long line of tenants who couldn't handle whatever was living in that house alongside them. I moved out that same day, crashing on a friend's couch until I could find a new place. I never went back, not even to get the rest of my stuff. I told the landlord to keep whatever I'd left behind. That was over 50 years ago, and I still get chills thinking about that house. I drive past that neighborhood sometimes when I'm in Bloomington visiting family, and the house is still there. It looks exactly the same as it did in 1967, like time stopped the day I left. I always wonder about the students who live there now. Do they wake up to phantom drumming at 3 a.m.? Do they watch books fly off shelves while they're talking to friends? Do they hear invisible people using their bathroom in the middle of the night? I hope not. But something tells me that whatever was in that house is still there, still driving away tenant after tenant, still making it impossible for anyone to feel safe within those walls. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can still hear that drumming. Story 4. I'm still trying to process what happened to me at that living history museum, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. It's been months since everything went down, but I wake up in cold sweats almost every night, and I can't bring myself to listen to music with headphones anymore. I need to tell someone about this, because keeping it inside is driving me crazy, and maybe if I get it all out, I can start to make sense of what the hell happened to me. My family has been volunteering at this living history museum for as long as I can remember. It's one of those places where they moved a bunch of old buildings from around the region and set them up on this big property to show what life was like back in the 1800s. There's a church, a schoolhouse, a blacksmith shop, several houses, even a general store. During events, people dress up in period costumes and demonstrate old crafts and trades. I grew up spending weekends and summers there, helping with everything from setting up for events to giving tours to school groups. My mom was really into the historical accuracy aspect of it all, and she'd been volunteering there since before I was born. It was like a second home to me. The place always had this weird energy to it, but I figured that was just because the buildings were so old. Some of them dated back to the early 1800s, and they'd been moved piece by piece and rebuilt on the museum grounds. You'd get these random cold spots walking through the houses, or sometimes you'd smell things that didn't make sense, like bread baking when there was no one in the kitchen, or pipe smoke when no one was around. But I never thought it was anything supernatural. Old buildings are just like that, you know? They have their own personality, their own quirks. The first time I knew something was really wrong was during this cold, rainy day in late April. It was one of those miserable spring days where the temperature drops and you get that freezing drizzle that soaks through everything. We weren't expecting many visitors, so most of the volunteers were just hanging around the main visitor center trying to stay warm. There were maybe 6 or 7 of us there that day. Me, my mom, a couple of the regular volunteers, and this new family that had just started helping out. We were all sitting around this old table in the back room of the visitor center, drinking coffee and trying to kill time until the weather cleared up. Someone started telling ghost stories, probably because the weather was so gloomy and the whole place felt extra spooky that day. You know how it is when you're stuck somewhere with nothing to do. Ghost stories just seem like the natural thing to talk about. We were taking turns, sharing stories we'd heard about supposedly haunted places around town, just typical stuff you hear growing up in any old area. Then, one of the older volunteers mentioned that some people thought our museum was haunted, which got everyone's attention. "I've never experienced anything myself," she said, "but I've heard other volunteers talk about strange things happening in some of the buildings." Did you? We were all facing this big window that looked out over the village square, and you could see several of the historic buildings from where we were sitting. The church was directly across from us, and to the left, you could see the schoolhouse and a couple of the residential buildings. I was in the middle of asking her what kind of strange things when everyone at the table suddenly went quiet. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had hit a mute button. I looked around at everyone's faces, and they were all staring out the window with these shocked expressions. I turned to see what they were looking at. In one of the houses across the square, I think it was the Hartwell house, this 2-story place from the 1840s, there was a curtain moving in an upstairs window, not just swaying like there was a breeze, but being deliberately pulled aside, like someone was standing there looking out at us. "Is someone doing inventory in that building today?" my mum asked quietly. Nobody answered for a moment. We all just watched as the curtain moved again, this time being pulled further to the side. You could see the dark space behind the window, but no person. "All the buildings are supposed to be locked," one of the other volunteers said. We're not doing any work in the houses today because of the weather." The curtain dropped back into place, but we all kept staring at that window. After maybe 30 seconds, it moved again. This time, it looked like someone was pulling it aside just enough to peek out, then letting it fall back. "Maybe it's just the wind," the new volunteer suggested, but we all knew that was impossible. These weren't light, flimsy curtains that could be moved by air currents. They were heavy reproduction curtains made to match the historical period, and besides, all the windows in that house were closed. We sat there watching for another few minutes, but the curtain didn't move again. Finally, one of the older volunteers offered to go check the building, make sure it was properly locked up. He came back 15 minutes later, looking confused. "Doors are all locked, windows are all secure," he said. "I walked around the whole perimeter. There's no way anyone could be inside." But we all knew what we'd seen. That curtain had been moved deliberately, multiple times, by someone or something inside that house. And it felt like whatever it was had been watching us specifically. The rest of that day was uneventful, but that curtain incident stuck with me. I kept thinking about it for weeks afterward, wondering if we'd really seen what I thought we'd seen. The next major incident happened on the 4th of July. The museum always did a big Independence Day celebration with period music, demonstrations, and a bunch of activities for kids. It was one of our biggest events of the year, and we'd all been there since early morning, setting everything up. By evening, most of the visitors had left, and we were starting to clean up. The fireworks display in town wasn't until later that night, so people had gone home to have dinner before heading to the main celebration downtown. I was helping pack up some supplies when my mom told me she was going to finish up in the administrative office and asked me to wait for her in the village square. The sun was starting to set, and most of the other volunteers had already left. The place was basically deserted except for me, my mom, and maybe one or two other people finishing up last-minute tasks. I was sitting on this bench in the center of the square, just playing games on my phone and waiting. The historic buildings were all around me in a rough circle. The church directly in front of me, the schoolhouse to my right, the blacksmith shop and general store to my left, and several houses scattered around the perimeter. It was that quiet time of evening when everything feels peaceful and still. The kind of quiet where you can hear everything, birds settling down for the night, the distant sound of cars on the main road, little creaking noises from the old buildings as they cooled down from the day's heat. That's when I heard the church organ start playing. At first, I didn't think much of it. We'd had music demonstrations earlier in the day, and I figured maybe someone was still in there practicing or cleaning up. But as I listened, I realized this wasn't the kind of music we usually had at the museum. This was slow, somber, almost funeral-like, and it was getting louder. The melody was haunting in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't a hymn or anything I recognized, just this slow, mournful tune that seemed to go on and on without any real structure or ending. The notes would build up and then fade away, then build up again in a slightly different pattern. I looked toward the church, expecting to see light in the windows or some sign that someone was inside. But all the windows were dark, and I didn't see any cars parked nearby that would suggest a volunteer was still there. The music continued for maybe 10 more minutes, and then stopped abruptly, right in the middle of what sounded like it was building to some kind of climax. The silence afterward felt heavier than before, like the air itself had changed. My mom came out of the administrative building a few minutes later, and I asked her if she knew who was playing the organ in the church. "What organ music?" she asked. "I didn't hear any music." That seemed weird to me, because the music had been pretty loud. Loud enough that she should have heard it from inside the administrative building, which wasn't that far away. "Someone was playing the church organ for like 10 minutes, I told her. This really creepy, slow music. She looked toward the church, then back at me with a confused expression. "Honey, I locked up the church myself about 20 minutes ago. Nobody's been in there since then." I felt this cold chill run down my spine. "Are you sure?" "Positive. I was the last person to leave that building, and I checked all the doors myself." The next day, I asked around to see if anyone else had been at the museum that evening, if anyone else had heard the organ music. My mom even called the volunteer coordinator to double-check who had been there for cleanup duty. According to the official log, the church had been locked up at 6:45 p.m. I'd heard the organ music starting around 7 p.m. My mum confirmed that she'd locked the church herself and that no one else had keys to that building, but I knew what I'd heard, that music had been real, loud and unmistakably coming from inside the church. There was no way I could have imagined something that detailed and specific. That incident really unsettled me, but things got much worse over the following weeks. It started with my headphones acting weird. I'd be listening to music on my phone, just normal stuff, pop songs, rock, whatever, and the music would suddenly pause for no reason. At first, I thought it was just a glitch with my phone, or maybe the headphones were going bad. But then it started happening more frequently, and in a pattern that didn't make sense for a technical malfunction. The music would pause right in the middle of songs, sometimes for just a few seconds, sometimes for 30 seconds or more. Then it would resume playing like nothing had happened. I tried different headphones, different music apps, even got a new phone. But the problem continued. It was always the same. Music would be playing normally, then suddenly stop, then start again after a random pause. The really disturbing part came about 2 weeks after the organ incident. I was listening to music while doing homework, and when the music paused instead of just silence, I heard something else. It was a lullaby. Not a recording of a lullaby, but someone actually singing one, like a woman's voice singing softly and slowly. The melody was simple and repetitive, the kind of thing you might sing to help a baby fall asleep, but there was something off about it. The voice sounded distant and echoing, like it was coming from far away or from inside a large empty space. The first time it happened, I thought maybe my phone had somehow picked up a radio signal or connected to someone else's device by accident. But when I checked my phone, it showed that my music app was still paused, not playing anything. I pulled up my headphones to see if the sound was coming from somewhere else in my room, but the moment I unplugged them, I could still hear the lullaby. It was coming from the headphones themselves, even though they weren't connected to anything. I held the headphones away from my head and could clearly hear this woman's voice singing that slow, eerie lullaby. The sound was definitely coming from inside the headphones, but that's impossible. Headphones don't generate their own audio. The singing continued for maybe 2 more minutes, then faded away gradually. When I plugged the headphones back into my phone and resumed my music, everything worked normally. This started happening every few days. The music would pause, and instead of silence, I'd hear that same lullaby. Always the same melody, always the same distant, echoing voice, and always the singing would continue even after I unplugged the headphones from my phone. I tried recording it several times, but whenever I tried to capture the audio, the singing would stop immediately. It was like whatever was causing it knew when I was trying to document it. The headphone incidents were disturbing enough on their own, but they were just building up to something much worse. The day everything came to a head was a Saturday in early August. I'd volunteered to help with a summer camp program at the museum, where kids would come for a week-long day camp to learn about historical life. It was the last day of that particular session, so we were doing a big wrap-up event with demonstrations and activities. From the moment I arrived that morning, I kept feeling these weird hot spots throughout the day. Not just warm air, but distinct pockets of heat that felt like they were roughly the size and shape of a person standing next to me. The first time it happened, I was in the blacksmith shop helping set up for a metalworking demonstration. I was arranging tools on the workbench when I suddenly felt this intense heat on my right side, like someone had been standing right next to me in front of a furnace. I looked around, but there was no one near me, and the forge wasn't even lit yet. The heat lasted for maybe 10 seconds, then disappeared completely. It was so distinct and localized that I actually stepped to the side, thinking maybe someone was behind me and I just hadn't noticed them. Throughout the day, this kept happening. I'd be walking between buildings and suddenly feel this column of hot air that seemed to move alongside me. Or I'd be standing still talking to someone and feel heat pressing against my back, like someone was standing directly behind me. The weird thing was that no one else seemed to notice it. I'd ask people if they felt hot, or if there was some kind of heating equipment nearby, but they'd all say the temperature felt normal to them. By late afternoon, I was getting really freaked out by these hot spots. They were happening every few minutes, always in the same pattern, a distinct area of heat that felt roughly the size of an adult person, always positioned like someone was standing right next to me or behind me. The camp program ended around 4 p.m., and most of the kids and parents left shortly after. I was helping clean up the activity stations when my mum asked me to go lock up the church and make sure all the windows were closed properly. I walked over to the church alone, already feeling anxious about going into that building after the organ incident. The interior was dim and cool, a relief from the heat outside. I did a quick walkthrough to check the windows, and everything seemed normal. As I was heading toward the exit, I felt one of those hot spots again, this time directly behind me. The heat was so intense it felt like someone was breathing on the back of my neck. I spun around quickly, but there was nothing there, just empty pews and afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. I hurried to finish locking up and got out of there as fast as I could. That night, I went to bed feeling exhausted and unsettled from the day's experiences. I'd been having trouble sleeping for weeks because of everything that had been happening, but I was so tired that I fell asleep almost immediately. The dream I had was the most vivid and terrifying nightmare of my life. I was standing in what looked like a massive underground chamber with stone walls and a ceiling so high I couldn't see it in the darkness above. The air was thick and hot, and everything had this reddish glow, like the whole place was lit by fire. There were other people in this space, but they weren't really people anymore. They looked human from a distance, but when you got closer, you could see that they were wrong somehow. Their faces were distorted, their movements were jerky and unnatural, and they all seemed to be in constant pain. The heat in this place was overwhelming. It felt like standing next to a huge oven, and the air was so thick it was hard to breathe. I could hear screaming and moaning coming from deeper in the chamber, sounds of agony that went on and on without stopping. I knew with absolute certainty that this was a place of punishment, a place where people were sent to suffer for things they'd done wrong. And somehow, I knew that I wasn't supposed to be there, but I couldn't figure out how to leave. The dream felt completely real. I could feel the heat on my skin, smell the sulfur in the air, hear every sound echoing off the stone walls. It wasn't like a normal dream where things are fuzzy or don't quite make sense. This was as clear and detailed as waking life. I was trying to find a way out when I felt someone grab me from behind. Hands closed around my throat, and suddenly I was being dragged backward toward the deeper part of the chamber, where the screaming was loudest. That's when I woke up. But here's the thing. I didn't gradually wake up like you normally do from a dream. I was instantly, completely awake. My eyes snapped open. I was fully conscious and alert, and I knew exactly where I was and what time it was, and the hands were still around my throat. I was lying on my side in bed, and I could feel someone's fingers wrapped around my neck from behind. Not gently, but gripping tightly, like they were trying to choke me. The hands felt completely real. I could feel the temperature of the skin, the pressure of each individual finger, even what felt like fingernails digging into my throat. I tried to scream, but I could barely make a sound because of the pressure on my windpipe. I tried to reach up to grab the hands and pull them away, but my arms felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I couldn't move them more than a few inches. Then I was suddenly lifted off the bed and thrown against the wall next to my dresser. Not pushed or shoved, but actually lifted up and hurled through the air like I weighed nothing. I hit the wall hard, my shoulder and the side of my head slamming into the drywall with enough force to leave marks. I collapsed to the floor, gasping and trying to figure out what had just happened. My room was completely empty. There was no one there, no sign that anyone had ever been there, but my throat was sore from being choked, and I had bruises on my shoulder and a bump on my head from hitting the wall. I sat on my floor for the rest of the night, too terrified to get back in bed, trying to process what had just happened to me. By the time the sun came up, I'd convinced myself that it had to have been some kind of extremely vivid nightmare, maybe combined with sleepwalking or some other sleep disorder. But the bruises were real. The soreness in my throat was real. And I've never sleepwalked in my life. It's been months since that night, and I still can't explain what happened to me. I haven't been back to the museum since then. I made up some excuse about being too busy with school, but the truth is, I'm too scared to go back there. The headphone incident stopped completely after that night, which somehow makes the whole thing even more unsettling. It's like whatever was messing with me got what it wanted and didn't need to bother me anymore. I've tried researching the history of the buildings at the museum, trying to find some explanation for what I experienced. Some of the houses had been moved from locations where tragic things had happened. Deaths, accidents, that kind of thing. But nothing I found could explain the specific things that happened to me. Sometimes I wonder if something followed me home from the museum that day. Something that had been trying to get my attention for weeks with the headphone glitches and the hot spots. Maybe that final attack was its way of telling me to stay away. Or maybe something there was angry that I'd witnessed things I wasn't supposed to see. The curtain moving, the organ playing when no one was there. Maybe it was trying to scare me into keeping quiet about what I'd experienced. All I know is that I can't listen to music with headphones anymore without getting panic attacks, and I wake up most nights convinced that someone is standing behind me in my room. Whatever happened to me that night was real, and it was deliberate, and I still have no idea what it wanted or why it chose me. Story 5. I need to tell someone about what we found in our house in Italy, because I can't carry this alone anymore. It's been 3 months since we moved out, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking about that hidden room and what it meant. My husband thinks I should just forget about it, move on, but I can't. Some things you can't just forget, especially when you're holding your newborn baby and wondering what kind of evil you almost brought him home to. We moved to Italy in early November when I was 8 months pregnant with our first child. My husband had gotten this amazing job opportunity with a company based in a small town outside of Rome, and we were so excited about starting this new chapter of our lives. The timing wasn't ideal with the baby coming, but we figured it would be better to get settled before he arrived rather than trying to move with a newborn. The house we found was perfect, or at least it seemed that way at first. It was this charming old stone house on the outskirts of town, with thick walls and these beautiful arched doorways that made it feel like something out of a fairy tale. The rent was incredibly reasonable, which should have been our first red flag, but we were young and naive and just happy to find something we could afford. The real estate agent who showed us the place was this nervous little man who spoke broken English and seemed really eager to get us to sign the lease as quickly as possible. He kept emphasizing how we'd be the first people to live there, how everything had been renovated and cleaned specifically for new tenants. First people, yes, he kept saying. Very clean, very new for you. We thought that was great. No one else's problems, no leftover issues from previous tenants. Just a fresh start in a beautiful house in a new country. The first few weeks were exactly what we'd hoped for. We spent our time setting up the nursery, painting the baby's room a soft yellow, since we'd decided to wait to find out the gender. I was nesting hard, organizing and reorganizing all the tiny clothes and blankets, setting up the crib and changing table, making everything perfect for our little one. My husband was working long hours getting established at his new job, but in the evenings we'd sit together in our little living room, talking about names and making plans for when the baby arrived. Everything felt peaceful and right. The house was old, probably built sometime in the early 1900s, so we expected some quirks. Old houses make noise. That's just how it is. The floors creaked, the walls settled, the pipes made weird sounds. Normal stuff that you learn to ignore after a while. But about a week before my due date, the noises started getting stranger. It began with doors slamming shut in other parts of the house, not just closing, but actually slamming hard enough that we could feel the vibration through the floors. The first time it happened, I was in the nursery folding baby clothes, and my husband was in the kitchen making dinner. We heard this loud bang from somewhere upstairs, like someone had slammed a door with tremendous force. "What was that?" I called out. My husband went to check, and when he came back down, he looked confused. "All the doors upstairs are closed, but I don't know which one made that noise. Maybe the wind." Except there wasn't any wind that day. It was one of those still, grey November days where the air doesn't move at all. Over the next few days, the door slamming happened more frequently, always when we were in other parts of the house, always loud enough to startle us, and always impossible to identify which door had actually slammed. My husband started making jokes about it, saying the house was just excited about the baby coming, but I could tell he was getting a little freaked out too. Then there were the creaking sounds, not just normal old house creaking, but rhythmic, deliberate sounds that seemed to move through the house in patterns, like someone walking slowly from room to room upstairs or pacing back and forth in the attic. The footstep-like creaking would start around 10 p.m. and continue for hours. I was having trouble sleeping anyway because of how uncomfortable I was at 8.5 months pregnant, so I'd lie awake listening to these sounds above our bedroom. Step, creak, step, creak, always the same rhythm, always the same path across the ceiling. "It's just the house settling," my husband would say when I'd shake him awake to listen. "Old houses do this." But this wasn't random settling. This was purposeful, deliberate movement. The incident that finally made him take it seriously happened 3 days before our son was born. I woke up around 6 a.m. to use the bathroom, which was happening about 5 times a night at that point in my pregnancy. As I was walking back to bed, I noticed something red on the floor just outside our bedroom door. It was a rubber duck, a bright red rubber duck, the kind you'd give to a baby for bath time. I stood there, staring at this thing, trying to process what I was seeing. We didn't own any rubber ducks. We hadn't even bought bath toys yet, because we were waiting until after the baby was born to stock up on that kind of stuff. I picked it up and examined it. It wasn't new. It was worn and faded, like it had been played with a lot. There were little teeth marks on it, the kind a teething baby might make. "Honey," I said, shaking my husband awake, "where did this come from?" He sat up and looked at the duck in my hands with complete confusion. "I have no idea. Where did you find it?" "Right outside our bedroom door, just sitting on the floor." We searched the entire house that morning, looking for any explanation. Maybe it had fallen out of a box we hadn't unpacked yet. Maybe it had been left behind by the previous tenants. Maybe there was some logical explanation. But we couldn't find anything. No other baby toys, no boxes we'd missed, nothing that could explain where this rubber duck had come from or how it had ended up outside our bedroom door in the middle of the night. "Someone's playing a prank on us," my husband said finally, but his voice didn't sound convinced. "Who?" "We barely know anyone here, and no one has keys to our house." That's when he remembered what the real estate agent had said about us being the first tenants. If we were really the first people to live here, where had that rubber duck come from? We asked our landlord about it when he came by later that week to check on some plumbing issues. When we showed him the rubber duck and asked if he knew where it might have come from, his face went pale. "You found this in the house?" he asked, turning the duck over in his hands. "Right outside our bedroom door," I said. He was quiet for a long moment, then handed the duck back to us without meeting our eyes. "I don't know anything about this." But the way he said it, the way he couldn't look at us directly, made it obvious he was lying. He knew something about that duck, something he didn't want to tell us. 2 days later, I went into labor. The birth was long and difficult, and I ended up staying in the hospital for 3 extra days because of some complications. My husband stayed with me the whole time, and we asked my mother-in-law to come from the States to help us get settled with the baby. She arrived while we were still in the hospital and went straight to the house to get everything ready for us to come home with our son. She was planning to stay for 2 weeks to help with the adjustment. On our first night home, I was up feeding the baby around 2 a.m. when I heard my mother-in-law scream from the guest room. Not just a startled yelp, but a full, terrified scream that made my blood freeze. I handed the baby to my husband and ran to her room. She was sitting up in bed, completely white, staring at her feet under the blankets. "Something grabbed my foot," she said, her voice shaking. "Something grabbed my foot and pulled it." My husband came in carrying the baby, looking skeptical. My mother-in-law was not a dramatic person. She was practical, level-headed, not someone who would make something like this up. "What do you mean, something grabbed your foot?" he asked. I was lying here trying to fall asleep, and I felt a hand close around my ankle and yank it toward the foot of the bed. A strong hand, like someone was trying to pull me out of bed. She pulled back the covers to show us her ankle. There were red marks around it, finger-shaped marks that looked like bruises starting to form. That's when my husband finally admitted that maybe something was wrong with the house. Up until that point, he'd been able to rationalize everything. Old house noises, pranks, coincidences. But seeing those finger marks on his mother's ankle, marks that clearly showed where someone or something had gripped her, that was impossible to explain away. "We need to find out what's really going on here," he said. The next morning, while my mother-in-law watched the baby, we started exploring the house more thoroughly. We'd been living there for almost 2 months, but we'd never really examined every corner, every closet, every strange architectural feature. The house was bigger than it seemed from the outside, with lots of odd angles and spaces that didn't quite make sense. There were closets that seemed too shallow, walls that seemed too thick, areas where the layout didn't quite match what you'd expect. That's when my husband noticed something strange about the wall in the basement. There was this section that looked different from the rest. The stones were arranged slightly differently, and there was a thin line running vertically along the wall that looked like it might be a seam. "This looks like there might be a door here," he said, running his hands along the line. We found a crowbar in the basement workshop area and started carefully prying at the stones along the seam. After about 20 minutes of work, we managed to create a gap wide enough to shine a flashlight through. What we saw made my stomach turn. Behind the wall was a small room, maybe 6 feet by 8 feet, with a low ceiling. The walls were covered with children's drawings, crayon pictures of stick figures and houses and animals, the kind of artwork a little kid might tape to their bedroom wall. But mixed in with the innocent drawings were photographs. Polaroid pictures that I can't even begin to describe in detail, showing things that no child should ever be subjected to. Horrible, explicit images that made me physically sick to look at. The floor of the room was covered with children's toys, stuffed animals, building blocks, dolls, toy cars. But they weren't arranged like a playroom. They were scattered and thrown around like someone had been playing with them and then abandoned them suddenly. In one corner were several steel boxes, the kind you might use to store documents or valuables. My husband pried one open and found bags of white powder and pills, along with what looked like drug paraphernalia. Another box contained shotgun shells, old ones that looked like they'd been there for years. But the worst part, the part that still makes me feel sick when I think about it, was finding more of those red rubber ducks. There were at least a dozen of them scattered among the other toys, all worn and faded like the one we'd found outside our bedroom door. As we stood there taking in this horrific scene, pieces started falling into place. The real estate agent's nervousness, his insistence that we were the first tenants, the way our landlord had reacted to seeing the rubber duck. "We're not the first people to live here," I said quietly. "There were people here before us, people who did terrible things to children." My husband nodded, his face grim. "And I think one of them might still be here." We called the police immediately. When they arrived and saw what we'd found, they treated it as a crime scene. They took photographs, collected evidence, asked us hundreds of questions about how long we'd been living there and whether we'd noticed anything unusual. That's when we learned the real history of our house. The previous occupants had been a couple who ran what the police called a very disturbing operation involving children. The details were kept from us, but we gathered that they'd been using the house for unspeakable purposes for years, before someone finally reported them. The couple had died in the house. Murder-suicide, the police said. The man had killed his partner and then hanged himself in the attic. After their deaths, the house had sat empty for almost 10 years while legal issues were sorted out. Our landlord had finally gotten permission to rent it out, but he'd sealed up the hidden room and told prospective tenants that it had been completely renovated and cleaned. He probably thought if he'd just hid the evidence, people wouldn't need to know what had happened here, one of the officers told us. We packed our bags that afternoon and checked into a hotel. There was no way I was spending another night in that house, especially with my newborn son. The thought that we'd been living above that horrible room, that whatever evil had happened there might still be lingering, made me feel physically ill. My mother-in-law flew home early, too shaken by her experience to stay and help us. She kept saying she could still feel fingers around her ankle, that she woke up every hour thinking something was grabbing at her. The police investigation continued for weeks. They found evidence linking the house to several missing children cases from years ago, cases that had never been solved. The hidden room contained DNA evidence and other materials that helped them close some very old, very tragic cases. We never moved back to that house. My husband's company was understanding about the situation and helped us find temporary housing until we could locate something else. We eventually found a modern apartment in the city center, brand new, with no history and no secrets hiding behind the walls. But the experience changed us. I can't look at my son's bath toys without thinking about that red rubber duck appearing outside our bedroom door. I can't be alone in our new apartment at night without listening for footsteps above us or doors slamming in empty rooms. The worst part is knowing that we brought our innocent baby into that environment. We spent the first week of his life sleeping in a house where children had been hurt, where their toys and belongings were sealed up behind a wall like some kind of trophy collection. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house was trying to warn us. The door slamming, the footsteps, even my mother-in-law being grabbed. Maybe something was trying to tell us to get out, to take our baby and leave before something terrible happened. Or maybe it was something darker, something that wanted us to find that room, that wanted us to know what kind of place we were living in. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that we got out before anything happened to our son, and that's what matters. But I still have nightmares about that hidden room, about those photographs and toys, and the implications of what we found there. And sometimes, when I'm feeding my son in the middle of the night, I think I can still hear footsteps pacing back and forth above us, even though we live on the top floor now, and there's nothing above us but sky. Story 6. I've been working as a paramedic for over 10 years now in one of the biggest cities on the East Coast, and let me tell you, I've seen everything. Overdoses, accidents, domestic violence calls, people having complete mental breakdowns. You name it, I've dealt with it. After a decade of responding to the worst situations humanity can offer, there's not much that shakes me anymore. I pride myself on staying calm and logical, no matter how crazy things get. That's why what happened to me on that rainy Tuesday in May of 2019 still bothers me so much. It wasn't violent, it wasn't dramatic, it wasn't anything that would normally register as traumatic in my line of work. But it was impossible, and that's what I can't get past. It was May 14th, specifically. I remember the date because I'd just finished a really difficult shift the night before. We'd lost someone, a kid, and I always remember those dates. I was scheduled to be off that day, trying to decompress and get my head straight before going back to work the next evening. The weather was absolutely miserable. It had been raining steadily since early morning. Not heavy rain, but that constant drizzle that soaks through everything and makes the whole world feel grey and depressing. I'd been sitting in my apartment all day, feeling restless and antsy, when I realized I was completely out of coffee. Now, I know that sounds like a stupid reason to go out in weather like that, but when you work the kind of shifts I do, coffee isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. And I had to work a 12-hour shift starting the next day. There was no way I was going to make it without caffeine. The convenience store I usually go to is only 3 blocks from my apartment, an easy walk on a normal day. But with the rain coming down like it was, I decided to drive. I grabbed my keys, pulled on my rain jacket, and headed out to my car. The drive should have taken maybe 2 minutes, 3 at most with traffic. It's basically straight down 2 residential streets, then a left turn onto the main road where the store is located. Simple, routine, the kind of drive you do on autopilot. I was about halfway there, stopped at this traffic light at the intersection of Maple and 3rd Street when I first saw him. He was standing on the corner to my right, just standing there in the rain without an umbrella or hood or anything. What caught my attention wasn't that he was getting soaked. You see all kinds of weird behavior in the city, but his hat. It was this really distinctive Philadelphia 76ers baseball cap, but not just any Sixers hat. This one had custom artwork on it. The Liberty Bell was embroidered on the front panel, and wrapped around the bell was this detailed snake design. I'd never seen anything like it before, and I'm originally from Philadelphia, so I know Sixers merchandise pretty well. The guy wearing it looked to be in his early 50s, white guy with graying brown hair visible under the edges of the cap. He was wearing these thick-framed glasses, the kind that were popular in the 80s, but had come back into style recently. Round lenses, black frames, very noticeable. What struck me as odd was how he was dressed for the weather. It was cold and rainy, but he was wearing just a light blue button-down shirt and dark jeans. No jacket, no sweater, nothing to protect him from the rain. And he wasn't hurrying to get anywhere or seeking shelter. He was just standing there completely still, like the weather didn't bother him at all. I found myself staring at him while I waited for the light to change, partly because of the unusual hat, and partly because his behavior was so strange. He wasn't looking at his phone, wasn't checking his watch, wasn't doing any of the normal things people do when they're waiting for something. He was just standing there, motionless, getting rained on. The light turned green, and I drove through the intersection. In my rearview mirror, I could see him still standing in the same spot, still completely still. The whole encounter couldn't have lasted more than 30 or 40 seconds, but something about it stuck with me. I continued toward the convenience store, taking the left turn onto Main Street like I always did. The store was about half a block down from the intersection, and I could see its bright neon sign through the rain-streaked windshield. I pulled into the parking lot, found a spot close to the front entrance, and turned off the engine. The parking lot was almost empty, just my car and maybe 2 others. Made sense given the weather and the fact that it was the middle of a Tuesday afternoon. I sat in the car for a moment, trying to decide if I wanted to make a run for it or just sit there until the rain let up a bit. That's when I saw him again. The same man from the traffic light was standing in the parking lot, maybe 40 or 50 feet away from my car, directly in my line of sight to the store entrance. Same hat, that unmistakable Sixers cap with the Liberty Bell and snake design. Same thick frame glasses, same general build and appearance. But everything else was different. Instead of the light blue shirt and jeans he'd been wearing at the traffic light, he was now dressed in a dark grey hoodie and black pants. The hoodie had the hood down, so I could still see the hat and glasses clearly, but everything else about his outfit had changed completely. And he was staring directly at me, not just looking in my general direction, but making deliberate eye contact through my windshield. When our eyes met, he smiled. Not a friendly smile, not a polite acknowledgement of a stranger smile. It was this slow, deliberate expression that made my skin crawl. I sat there for a moment trying to process what I was seeing. The traffic light where I'd first seen this guy was maybe 4 blocks away from where I was now sitting. Even if he'd started running the moment the light changed and I'd driven away, there was no way he could have gotten to this parking lot before me. I'd driven directly here, no stops, no delays. And even if he'd somehow managed to run 4 blocks in under 2 minutes, how had he changed clothes? The shirt and jeans had been replaced by completely different garments. The hoodie and pants weren't something you could just throw on over other clothes. He would have had to completely change his outfit. But there he was, unmistakably the same person, wearing the same distinctive hat and glasses, but in completely different clothes, standing in a parking lot that he couldn't possibly have reached before me. I got out of my car, partly because I needed to get to the store, and partly because I had to know what was going on. Maybe I was wrong about the timing. Maybe I'd been sitting at the light longer than I thought. Maybe there was some logical explanation for what I was seeing. As I stood up and closed my car door, the man continued to stare at me. The rain was still coming down steadily, and I could see drops of water rolling off the brim of his hat. He wasn't making any effort to get out of the rain or seek shelter. He was just standing there in the middle of the parking lot, getting soaked, watching me. I raised my hand in a casual wave, the kind of gesture you might make to acknowledge someone you recognize but aren't sure how you know them. "Hey!" I called out, loud enough for him to hear over the sound of the rain. "Were you just back at the intersection on Maple Street?" It was a direct question, and I expected some kind of response. Maybe confusion if I was wrong about who he was. Maybe recognition if I was right. Instead, he just continued staring at me with that same unsettling smile. I took a few steps toward him, closing some of the distance between us. "That's a really cool hat," I said, trying a different approach. "Custom work?" Still nothing. No verbal response, no change in expression, no acknowledgement that he'd heard me at all. He just stood there, rain streaming down his face, smiling that weird smile. That's when I started feeling genuinely unsettled. In my line of work, you develop pretty good instincts about people and situations. You learn to read body language, to pick up on signs that someone might be dangerous or unstable. This guy wasn't giving off dangerous vibes exactly, but something was definitely wrong. I decided to try one more direct approach. I walked closer, getting within maybe 20 feet of where he was standing. "I'm pretty sure I just saw you a few minutes ago," I said, speaking clearly and loudly. "At the traffic light back on Maple. You were wearing different clothes then." For the first time since I'd gotten out of my car, his expression changed. The smile disappeared, and he tilted his head slightly, like he was considering what I'd said. For a moment, I thought he was going to respond. Instead, he turned around and started walking away. Not quickly, not like he was trying to escape or avoid me, just a normal walking pace, heading toward the far end of the parking lot. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, like someone who had all the time in the world. "Hey, wait!" I called after him, but he didn't pause or look back. I watched him walk across the parking lot, expecting him to head toward a car or exit onto the sidewalk. But when he reached the edge of the lot, he just kept walking, straight across the street, not bothering to look for traffic, moving at that same steady pace. There was a small strip mall across the street, and I expected to see him head toward one of the businesses there. Instead, he walked behind the buildings and disappeared from view. The whole interaction couldn't have lasted more than 3 or 4 minutes, but I stood there in the rain for another 10 minutes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I finally went into the convenience store, bought my coffee, and asked the clerk if he'd seen the guy in the Sixers hat. "What guy?" he asked. "Middle-aged white guy, really distinctive baseball cap, thick glasses. He was standing in your parking lot when I got here." The clerk shook his head. "I've been watching the lot because it's been so dead today." "You're the first customer I've seen in over an hour." That made no sense. The man had been standing in full view of the store's windows. There was no way the clerk could have missed him. I drove home feeling confused and unsettled. I kept trying to come up with rational explanations for what I'd experienced. Maybe it wasn't the same person. Maybe there were 2 different guys who happened to have very similar hats and glasses. Maybe I'd been more distracted at the traffic light than I realized and had been sitting there longer than I thought. But none of those explanations really worked. The hat was too distinctive, too unusual. The odds of 2 different people having identical custom Sixers caps with Liberty Bell and snake designs were essentially 0. And I'm trained to pay attention to details, to notice things and remember them accurately. It's literally part of my job. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my head, trying to find some detail I'd missed, or some explanation that would make everything make sense. The more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. I'd seen the same person in 2 different locations, wearing 2 different outfits, with no possible way for him to have traveled between those locations or changed clothes in the time involved. And when I'd tried to interact with him, he'd behaved in a way that seemed deliberately evasive and strange. Over the next few days, I found myself driving past that intersection and that convenience store, hoping to see the guy again. Maybe if I encountered him a second time, I could figure out what had really happened. Maybe there was some detail I'd missed that would explain everything. But I never saw him again. Not the man, not the hat, not anything that reminded me of that strange encounter in the rain. It's been over 4 years now since that happened, and I still think about it regularly. It doesn't fit with anything I know about how the world works. In my job, I deal with reality, medical emergencies, life and death situations, things that have clear causes and effects. What happened that day doesn't have a clear cause or effect. It doesn't make sense according to any understanding of physics or logic that I have. A person can't be in 2 places at once. They can't change clothes instantaneously. They can't travel 4 blocks faster than a car driving the same route. I've considered the possibility that I was experiencing some kind of medical issue, a microstroke, a seizure, some kind of neurological event that could have caused me to perceive things that weren't real. But I was completely functional before and after the encounter. I drove safely, I interacted normally with the store clerk. I had no other symptoms of any kind of medical problem. I've also considered the possibility that it was some kind of elaborate prank or performance art, though I can't imagine what the point would have been or how it could have been executed. The explanation that makes the most sense, as crazy as it sounds, is that something impossible happened that day, something that defied the normal rules of reality in a way that I can't explain or understand. And the thing that bothers me the most is that smile. That slow, deliberate expression when he first saw me in the parking lot. Like he knew something I didn't know, like he was enjoying some private joke at my expense, like he knew exactly how much this encounter was going to mess with my head, and he was pleased about it. I still live in the same apartment, still drive past that intersection regularly, but I never stop at that convenience store anymore. And I always feel uneasy when I'm in that area. Because somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm always watching for a distinctive Philadelphia 76ers hat with a Liberty Bell and a snake, and I'm terrified of what might happen if I ever see it again. Story 7. I'm 28 years old now, but I still can't walk past certain houses without getting this sick feeling in my stomach. What happened to me and my two best friends in the summer of 2003 changed all of us in ways that we've never really talked about since. We were just 15, you know? We thought we knew everything about the world, thought we were so tough and smart. But nothing prepares you for seeing something that shouldn't exist, something that makes you question everything you thought you understood about reality. It was July, somewhere in the middle of the month. One of those perfect summer days when you're a teenager and school's out and the whole world feels like it's yours for the taking. The sun was bright, not a cloud in the sky, probably around 80 degrees. The kind of day where you spend every minute outside because being stuck indoors feels like torture. I was hanging out with my two closest friends at Joe's house. Joe lived in this row house right in the middle of our block. One of those narrow three-story places that were built probably sometime in the 1920s. His family had lived there for years, and we'd been going over there since we were little kids. Joe's house was always the gathering place for our group, because his parents were pretty relaxed about having friends over, and his mum would make us sandwiches and let us raid the fridge. Plus, Joe had this younger brother who was maybe 11 or 12 at the time. And he usually stayed upstairs playing video games or doing whatever little kids do, so we had the run of the first floor. On this particular day, we were in Joe's living room just hanging out, probably talking about girls or planning what we were going to do that evening. The living room was right at the front of the house, with a big window that looked out onto the street. The stairs to the second floor were directly across from where we were sitting, maybe 10 feet away. I remember we were debating whether to walk to the corner store to get sodas or just stay put and see if Joe's mom would drive us to the mall later. Normal 15-year-old stuff, nothing important or memorable about the conversation itself. That's when we heard it. The sound of someone running down the stairs fast and hard, not just walking quickly or taking the steps two at a time, but actually running like they were in a hurry or trying to get away from something. The footsteps were loud and distinct, the kind of sound you hear when someone's wearing sneakers and not being careful about noise. We all looked toward the staircase automatically, expecting to see Joe's little brother coming down to bug us about something or ask if he could hang out with us. Joe was already rolling his eyes, probably getting ready to tell his brother to go away and leave us alone. But what we saw wasn't Joe's brother. It was a boy. Definitely, but not anyone we recognized. He looked to be around 11 or 12 years old, with dark hair and wearing what looked like a t-shirt and jeans. He was running down the stairs so fast that he was taking them 3 or 4 at a time, moving with this desperate urgency like he was fleeing from something terrifying. The weird thing, and I noticed this immediately, even in those first few seconds, was that something was off about the way he looked. He wasn't solid like a normal person. There was something translucent about him, like you could almost see through him to the wall behind the staircase. Not completely transparent, but definitely not solid either. But at that moment, I wasn't really processing the visual weirdness. I was focused on the fact that this kid was tearing through Joe's house like a maniac, and it definitely wasn't Joe's brother. He reached the bottom of the stairs and kept running, heading straight for the front door of the house. As he passed in front of us, maybe 6 feet away, I got a really clear look at his face. He looked absolutely terrified, like he was running for his life. His eyes were wide, his mouth was open like he was breathing hard from exertion or fear, and his whole expression was pure panic. Then he hit the front door. He literally slammed into it with tremendous force, like he was trying to break it down. The impact was so loud and violent that the whole house seemed to shake. Then he started pounding on the door with his fists, bang, 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 over and over again like he was desperately trying to get out. The three of us just sat there for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, completely stunned by what we were seeing. Then Joe jumped up and said something like, "What the hell is going on?" We all rushed toward the front door, expecting to find this panicked kid trying to break out of the house. Joe reached the door first and yanked it open. There was no one there. Not just no one at the door, but no one anywhere. We stepped out onto Joe's front porch and looked up and down the street. It was completely empty. No kids running, no people walking, no movement at all, except for a couple of cars parked along the curb. "Where did he go?" one of my friends asked, and we all looked at each other with complete confusion. Joe's house was in the middle of a row of connected houses, so there was no way for someone to run around to the back without going through one of the neighboring houses. The front porch led directly to the sidewalk, and from there you could see the entire block in both directions. If someone had run out of that front door, we would have seen them, but there was absolutely no one in sight. "Maybe he went back inside," I suggested, though that didn't make any sense either. We'd all been watching the door, and no one had run back past us. We went back into the house and started looking around. Joe called upstairs to his brother. "Hey, did you just come downstairs?" "What?" came the reply from the second floor. "No, why?" "Are you sure, like in the last couple of minutes? I've been in my room playing games this whole time. What's going on?" Joe's brother appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at us with this confused expression. He was wearing different clothes than the boy we'd seen running down. He had on a red t-shirt and shorts, while the running kid had been wearing a dark blue or black shirt and jeans. "Did you hear someone running down the stairs and pounding on the front door?" Joe asked him. "Yeah, that was you guys, right? Who was making all that noise?" The three of us looked at each other with growing unease. Joe's brother had definitely heard the commotion, but he'd been upstairs the whole time, and the kid we'd seen running down the stairs was definitely not him. "Come down here," Joe said to his brother. "We need to ask you something." His brother came down the stairs, walking normally, not running like the figure we'd witnessed. When he reached the living room, Joe started interrogating him. "Are you absolutely sure you didn't just run down here and try to break down the front door?" "What? No! I told you I've been upstairs. Why would I try to break down our own front door?" "Do you have any friends over? Anyone hiding upstairs?" "No, there's nobody else here. Just me." Joe was getting frustrated and a little suspicious. "Look, we all saw someone run down those stairs and start pounding on the door. If it wasn't you, then who was it?" His brother was starting to look annoyed. "I don't know what you think you saw, but it wasn't me. And there's nobody else in this house except us." "Let's check," one of my friends said. So we did a complete search of Joe's house. We went through every room on the first floor, checked all the closets, looked under furniture, anywhere someone could possibly hide. Then we went upstairs and searched the second floor and even the attic. Joe's brother followed us around, getting more and more irritated that we didn't believe him. The house wasn't that big, and it was a typical row house layout. No secret passages, no hidden rooms, no places where someone could disappear without a trace. We checked the back door to see if maybe the mystery kid had somehow gotten out that way, but it was locked from the inside with the chain still on. After about 20 minutes of searching, we had to accept the fact that there was no one else in that house. Joe's brother was telling the truth. He'd been upstairs the whole time, and there were no other kids anywhere in the building. But we'd all seen what we'd seen. A boy we didn't recognize had run down those stairs, slammed into the front door, and pounded on it like he was trying to escape from something. All three of us had witnessed it clearly in broad daylight from less than 10 feet away. "Maybe it was someone from next door," I suggested. "Maybe they got confused and ran into the wrong house." But that didn't make sense either. The neighboring houses were connected, but they had separate entrances. There was no way for someone to accidentally run into Joe's house from next door. "Maybe someone broke in earlier and was hiding somewhere," my other friend suggested. But we'd just searched the entire house thoroughly. There was nowhere to hide that we hadn't checked. Joe was getting really freaked out by this point. "You guys are sure you saw someone, right?" "I'm not going crazy." We all confirmed that we'd seen the same thing. A boy, around 11 or 12 years old, dark hair, running down the stairs in a panic and slamming into the front door. "But that's impossible," Joe said. "If there was someone here, where did they go?" None of us had an answer for that. We spent the rest of that afternoon trying to come up with rational explanations for what we'd witnessed. Maybe it had been some kind of optical illusion. Maybe we'd all been looking at Joe's brother without realizing it, and our memories were playing tricks on us. Maybe there was some logical explanation that we just couldn't think of. But deep down, we all knew that none of those explanations worked. We'd seen what we'd seen, and it didn't make sense according to anything we understood about how the world worked. As the day went on, we started paying more attention to the details of what we'd witnessed. That's when we began talking about how strange the boy had looked, how he'd seemed almost see-through, not quite solid like a normal person. "Did you notice anything weird about the way he looked?" I asked the others. "Yeah," one of my friends said immediately. "He looked kind of, I don't know, faded, like he wasn't completely there." "I thought I was imagining that," Joe said. "But yeah, there was something off about him. Like he was there, but not there at the same time." We spent hours that day going over every detail of what we'd experienced, trying to make sense of it. But the more we talked about it, the more impossible it seemed. Over the next few days, we told our parents and some of our other friends about what had happened. Most of them didn't believe us, or they tried to convince us that we'd imagined it or misunderstood what we'd seen. But the three of us knew better. We'd all witnessed the same thing, from the same angle, at the same time. There was no way we'd all had the same hallucination or misperception. Joe started asking his neighbors if they'd ever seen or heard anything strange in or around his house. Most of them just looked at him like he was crazy, but one elderly woman who lived a few houses down said something that gave us all chills. "Oh, that house has always been strange," she said. "The family who lived there before your parents used to complain about hearing footsteps and doors slamming when no one else was home. They moved out after just 2 years. That was news to Joe. His parents had never mentioned anything about the previous tenants having problems with the house." "Do you know anything else about what they experienced?" Joe asked her. "Not details," she said, "but I remember the woman telling me that they'd see someone running through the house sometimes, someone who shouldn't have been there. She said it was always the same, a young boy who seemed to be trying to get away from something." When Joe told us about that conversation, we all got this sick feeling in our stomachs. We weren't the first people to see this running boy. Whatever we'd witnessed that day, it had happened before. But that just made the whole thing more terrifying. If this was some kind of ongoing phenomenon, what did it mean? Who was this boy, and why did he keep appearing in Joe's house? We never found answers to those questions. Over the years since then, Joe and his family continued living in that house, but he told me that similar incidents happened occasionally. Always the same pattern. The sound of someone running down the stairs, followed by pounding on the front door, followed by the discovery that no one was there. Joe's parents eventually started believing him after they witnessed it themselves a few times. But they never found any explanation for what was causing it. I'm 28 now, and I still think about that day all the time. The image of that terrified, translucent boy running down those stairs is burned into my memory forever. I can still see his face clearly. The wide eyes, the open mouth, the expression of absolute panic. What haunts me the most is wondering what he was running from. Whatever had scared him so badly that he was fleeing in pure terror, it was something we couldn't see. Something that was chasing him through that house, driving him to slam against doors and pound, frantically trying to escape. I've read about ghost stories and paranormal experiences since then, trying to find some framework for understanding what we witnessed. But most ghost stories involve spirits who died in the place where they're seen, or who have some connection to the location. We never found any record of a boy dying in Joe's house, or anything tragic happening there that might explain why a child's spirit would be trapped there. The house wasn't that old, and as far as anyone knew, no one had ever died there under unusual circumstances. But I know what I saw that day. All three of us do. We witnessed a full apparition in broad daylight, as clear and detailed as if it had been a living person, and whatever that boy was running from, it was real enough to terrify him, even in death. I don't live in that neighborhood anymore, but sometimes when I'm driving through the area, I'll go past Joe's old house. It looks exactly the same as it did 15 years ago. Same front porch, same door, same stairs visible through the front window, and every time I see it, I wonder if he's still there, still running down those stairs in a panic, still pounding on that front door, trying desperately to escape from something that none of us could see, still trapped in whatever nightmare was chasing him, unable to find the peace that death was supposed to bring. Story 8. I need to tell someone about what happened in my house last week, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. My partner thinks I'm overreacting, but he wasn't there for most of it. He didn't see what I saw, didn't experience the full scope of how wrong everything felt that day. I've always been a logical person, someone who looks for rational explanations for everything. But what happened in my living room defies every bit of logic I have. We've been living in this house for about 3 years now. It's nothing special. A 2-bedroom place in a quiet neighborhood, built probably sometime in the 1980s. We rent it from this older couple who've owned it for decades, and they've always been great landlords. No problems, no weird history that they've mentioned, just a normal house in a normal neighborhood. We have 2 cats, Luna and this other cat we just call Boy, because he's never really responded to any name we've tried to give him. Luna is this sleek black cat, really smart and alert, always paying attention to everything going on around her. Boy is more laid back, orange and white, the kind of cat that spends most of his time sleeping or eating. The thing about cats is that they notice things humans don't. Everyone knows that. They'll stare at corners where there's nothing visible, or react to sounds we can't hear, or get spooked by changes in air pressure that we don't even register. So when Luna started acting weird, I didn't think much of it at first. It started maybe 2 weeks ago. I was walking through our living room, just passing through from the kitchen to the hallway, when I noticed Luna sitting in the middle of the room in this really rigid posture. She was completely still, staring intensely at something along the far wall. Our living room is pretty simple. We have a couch, a coffee table, our TV on this rotating stand so we can turn it to face different angles, and 2 large speakers that my partner uses for his music work. He's a sound engineer, so he's got professional-grade equipment, these massive speakers that probably weigh 60 or 70 pounds each. Against one wall, we have this dress form mannequin that I use for sewing projects. It's been there for months, just a normal part of the room that both cats are completely used to. Behind the mannequin, the wall is exposed brick, one of those decorative features that was probably added during some renovation years ago. Luna was staring at that brick wall behind the mannequin, but not at the mannequin itself. Her focus was completely fixed on the bricks, like she was watching something move along the wall that I couldn't see. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, watching her watch nothing. Her head was perfectly still, her ears were perked up, and she had that intense focus that cats get when they're tracking prey. But there was nothing there. No bugs, no shadows moving, no reflections from outside. Just brick wall. "What are you looking at, Luna?" I asked her, but she didn't acknowledge me at all. She just kept staring. After a few more seconds, I figured it was just cat weirdness and went on with what I was doing. But over the next few days, I started noticing Luna in that same spot more and more often, always staring at the same section of brick wall with that same intense focus. By the end of the week, it was happening multiple times a day. I'd walk into the living room and find her there, motionless, watching something I couldn't see. Sometimes she'd be there for just a few minutes, sometimes for close to an hour. What really got my attention was when Boy started doing it too. Boy is not the kind of cat who gets worked up about invisible things. He's mellow to the point of being almost lazy. But last Tuesday, I walked into the living room and found both cats sitting side by side, both staring at the exact same spot on that brick wall. That's when I decided to start documenting it. I got out my phone and recorded 3 separate videos of them doing this, just sitting there, completely focused on something that wasn't there. In the videos, you can see how their heads move slightly, like their tracking movement, but there's absolutely nothing visible in the area they're watching. I showed the videos to my partner when he got home from work that evening. "Cats are weird," he said, barely glancing at my phone. "They probably smell something in the wall. Maybe there's mice or something." But I knew it wasn't mice. Luna is a hunter. When she's focused on mice or birds, her body language is completely different. She gets low, her tail twitches, she goes into stalking mode. This was something else entirely. This was like she was watching something large moving around the room, something at human height, not something small scurrying around the baseboards. The really unsettling incident happened this past Friday. I had to run out to handle some errands, grocery shopping, picking up dry cleaning, nothing that should have taken more than an hour or two. My partner was at work, so the cats were home alone, which is totally normal. They're indoor cats. They're comfortable being by themselves, and they usually just sleep the whole time we're gone. When I got home around 2 p.m., I unlocked the front door and immediately noticed something was wrong. Luna was in the living room again, in that same rigid position, staring at the brick wall. But this time, her head was moving back and forth in this slow, deliberate way, like she was following something that was pacing or moving around the room. I stood in the doorway watching her for maybe 5 minutes. Her head would turn slowly to the left, pause, then turn slowly to the right, pause, then back to the left, over and over again, like she was watching someone walk back and forth along that wall. The hair on the back of my neck started standing up. There was something so purposeful about her movements, so focused, that it felt like she was definitely tracking something real. But there was nothing there that I could see. I was so mesmerized by Luna's behavior that it took me several minutes to notice that something else was wrong. The TV was facing the wrong direction. Our TV sits on this rotating stand that lets you turn it to face different parts of the room. Usually, we keep it angled toward the couch so we can watch it comfortably. But when I walked into the living room that day, it had been rotated almost 90 degrees to the right. So it was facing toward the front door instead of toward the seating area. I stared at it for a moment, trying to figure out what had happened. The rotation mechanism on the stand isn't loose. You have to deliberately turn it, and it takes some effort because the TV is pretty heavy. It's not something that could happen accidentally. My first thought was that my partner had adjusted it for some reason before leaving for work that morning, maybe to watch something while he was getting ready. But that didn't make sense either, because he'd left for work before I woke up, and the TV had been in its normal position when I'd gotten up around 8 a.m. I walked over and rotated it back to its usual angle, then went to put away the groceries I'd bought. But the whole situation was nagging at me. Luna's strange behavior, the TV being in the wrong position. It felt like too much of a coincidence. That evening, I mentioned it to my partner. "Did you move the TV this morning before you left for work?" "No," he said, not really paying attention. He was setting up some equipment for a project he was working on. "Why would I move the TV? It was facing the front door when I got home today. Someone had to have turned it." That got his attention. He looked up from his equipment with a confused expression. That's weird. I definitely didn't touch it. Maybe it got bumped somehow. But we both knew that didn't make sense. The TV stand is in the middle of the room, not somewhere you'd accidentally bump into it. And even if you did bump it, it would take deliberate force to rotate it that far. Maybe the cats did it, he suggested, but that was obviously ridiculous. Cats can't operate a rotating TV stand. And besides, they'd have no reason to. We couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation, so we just chalked it up to one of those weird things that happen sometimes and forgot about it. Until the next morning. I woke up around 7 a.m. and went to the kitchen to make coffee. On my way back to the bedroom, I glanced into the living room and immediately froze. Both of our speakers had been moved. These are not small speakers. They're professional studio monitors, probably 6 feet tall each, and heavy enough that it usually takes both of us to move them even a few inches. They normally sit on either side of our TV setup, angled slightly inward to create optimal sound for my partner's work. But that morning, both speakers had been rotated to face directly toward the front door. Not just turned slightly, but completely rotated, so they were pointing straight at the entrance to the house. I stood there staring at them, feeling this sick sensation in my stomach. There was no way those speakers could have moved themselves. No vibrations, no earthquake, no settling of the house could have caused them to rotate in perfect unison to face the same direction. "Hey!" I called to my partner, who was still in bed. "You need to come look at this." He came out to the living room in his pajamas, took one look at the speakers, and went completely pale. "I didn't do that," he said immediately. "I know you didn't do that, but someone did." He walked over to one of the speakers and tried to rotate it back to its original position. It took significant effort. He had to brace himself and use both hands to turn it. "These things weigh a ton," he said, breathing hard from the exertion. "There's no way they could have moved by themselves. And there's no way someone broke in just to rearrange our speakers." We checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing or disturbed except for the speakers' positions. "This is really freaking me out," I told him. He nodded, looking as unsettled as I felt. As a sound engineer, he knows his equipment inside and out. He would never position speakers to face a door like that. It's acoustically pointless and potentially damaging to have them firing directly at a hard surface. "I would never set them up this way," he confirmed. "Never. This makes no sense from an audio standpoint." We spent the morning trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe there had been some kind of vibration from construction work in the neighborhood. Maybe the house had shifted slightly due to temperature changes. Maybe we'd both moved the speakers for some reason and forgotten about it. But none of those explanations held up under scrutiny. The speakers had been moved with precision and purpose, rotated to face the exact same direction. That's not something that happens randomly. As we were discussing it, Luna appeared in the living room and immediately took up her usual position, staring at that same spot on the brick wall. But this time, instead of just watching, she started making this low, growling sound. I'd never heard Luna growl before. She's not an aggressive cat, and she's definitely not territorial. But she was growling at that empty space, like there was something there that she didn't like, something that was threatening her. "Luna, what's wrong?" I asked, walking over to where she was sitting. She didn't acknowledge me at all. Her attention was completely focused on whatever she was seeing that I couldn't. The growling continued, low and steady, and her body language was tense and defensive. I tried to see what she was looking at, really focusing on that section of wall, looking for any movement or shadow or reflection that might explain her behavior, but there was nothing, just brick and the mannequin and empty space. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The mannequin had been moved too. It wasn't in a drastically different position, but it had definitely shifted. Usually it stands perfectly straight, centered in front of the brick wall. But now it was angled slightly to the left, like someone had bumped into it or deliberately repositioned it. I pointed this out to my partner, and he came over to examine it. "You're right," he said, after looking at it carefully. "This has definitely been moved. When was the last time either of us touched the mannequin?" We tried to remember, but neither of us could recall adjusting it recently. It's not something we interact with very often. It just stands there while I work on sewing projects. Luna's growling was getting louder and more agitated. She was still staring at the same spot, but now her ears were flattened against her head and her tail was puffed up. Classic signs of a cat that feels threatened. "What is she seeing?" I whispered to my partner. He shook his head. "I have no idea." As we stood there watching Luna's increasingly agitated behavior, something occurred to me that sent chills down my spine. "What if she's not seeing something?" I said quietly. "What if she's seeing someone?" My partner looked at me with alarm. "What do you mean?" "Think about it. The TV rotated to face the door. The speakers rotated to face the door. The mannequin moved. What if there's someone in our house, someone we can't see, but Luna can?" "That's impossible." "Is it? A few days ago, I would have said it was impossible for our speakers to move themselves too." We spent the rest of that day feeling jumpy and unsettled. Every sound in the house made us freeze and listen carefully. Every time we left a room, we'd return expecting to find something else moved or displaced. Luna continued her vigil by the brick wall, though the growling eventually stopped. She just sat there, alert and watchful, tracking something with her eyes that we couldn't perceive. That night, neither of us slept well. We kept waking up to check the living room, expecting to find more evidence that something invisible was moving around our house. But the next morning, everything was normal. The TV was still in its correct position. The speakers hadn't moved. Luna was sleeping peacefully on the couch like any normal cat. It's been 4 days since then, and nothing else has happened. No more mysterious rearrangements, no more agitated cat behavior, no more feelings of invisible presence in our living room. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever Luna was seeing is still there, just quieter now. Sometimes I catch her glancing toward that brick wall, not with the intense focus she had before, but with a kind of casual awareness, like she's keeping tabs on something. And sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I find myself staring at that same section of wall, trying to see what Luna sees, trying to understand what invisible presence rearranged our furniture and why it seems so interested in the front door of our house. I keep thinking about those speakers, how they'd been rotated with such precision to face the entrance, like whatever moved them was watching the door, waiting for something or someone to come through it, or maybe trying to tell us that something was about to leave. I don't know what Luna saw in our living room that day, and I don't know what force moved our heavy equipment with such deliberate purpose. But I know that something was in our house, something that could manipulate physical objects but couldn't be seen by human eyes. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it's still there. Story 9. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened the night my great-grandmother cursed us all, but I can't keep carrying this alone anymore. It's been over 50 years since that summer night in 1967. But the effects of what she did are still rippling through our family today. Every woman born into our bloodline since then has dealt with things that no one should have to endure. And it all traces back to one moment of rage and vengeance in a small house in New Mexico. My great-grandmother was what people in our community called a bruja, a witch. Not the Halloween costume kind, but a real practitioner who people would come to for help with problems they couldn't solve any other way. She'd been doing it since she was a teenager, learned from her own mother and grandmother before her. It was just part of who she was, as natural as breathing. She was incredibly gifted at what she did. People would drive for hours to consult with her, especially pregnant women who wanted to know if they were carrying boys or girls. She had this crystal ball that had been in our family for generations, and she'd use it along with her Ouija board and this silver pendulum to divine answers. In all the years she practiced, she never got a baby's gender wrong. Not once. Over 100 predictions, all accurate, but her abilities went way beyond just predicting babies. She could find lost objects, tell people about their future, communicate with spirits of the dead. She had this reputation throughout northern New Mexico as someone who could do things that defied explanation. People respected her, but they were also afraid of her, especially when she got angry. My grandmother and great-aunt were in their early 20s in 1967, both still living at home with their mother. They were good girls most of the time, but they were young and they liked to have fun. Sometimes that meant staying out too late or drinking more than they should have. On this particular night in July, I think it was around the 20th, though no one in my family can remember the exact date, they'd gone out to some party or dance in town. My great-grandmother had specifically told them to be home by midnight, but they didn't listen. According to what my grandmother told me years later, they'd been having such a good time that they completely lost track of time. They were drinking, dancing, flirting with boys, just being young and careless. By the time they realized how late it was already past 1 in the morning. They knew they were in trouble, but they figured they'd sneak into the house quietly and hoped their mother had gone to bed without noticing they were late. They tried to be as quiet as possible when they got home around 2 a.m., both of them giggling and shushing each other as they fumbled with their keys. But my great-grandmother was waiting for them. She was sitting in the living room in complete darkness, just waiting. When they opened the front door, she turned on the lamp beside her chair, and they could see how furious she was. My grandmother said she'd never seen her mother look so angry, not in her entire life. "Where have you been?" she asked them, her voice cold and controlled. They tried to make excuses, said they'd lost track of time, that nothing bad had happened, that they were sorry. But my great-grandmother wasn't interested in their apologies. "I told you to be home by midnight," she said. "I gave you one simple rule to follow, and you chose to ignore me. You chose to disrespect me and this house and everything I've taught you." My grandmother and great-aunt were both pretty drunk, and instead of being properly apologetic, they started getting defensive. They said she was being unreasonable, that they were adults and could make their own decisions, that she needed to stop treating them like children. That's when my great-grandmother's expression changed completely. According to my grandmother, it was like watching someone become a completely different person. All the warmth and love that was usually in her eyes just disappeared, replaced by something cold and terrible. "You want to act like you don't need your mother's wisdom," she said, standing up from her chair. "You want to reject everything I've tried to teach you about respect and family and the old ways. Fine, let me show you what happens when you turn your back on the power that protects this family." My grandmother said she and her sister immediately sobered up when they heard the tone in their mother's voice. They'd never heard her speak like that before, never seen her look so frightening. They tried to apologize again, said they didn't mean any disrespect, but it was too late. My great-grandmother walked past them to the center of the living room and dropped to her knees on the floor. She raised her hands toward the ceiling and started speaking in Spanish, but not regular Spanish, some kind of formal, ritual language that sounded ancient and wrong. My grandmother could only remember fragments of what she said, but the general meaning was clear. She was calling on dark forces to teach her daughters a lesson they would never forget. She was asking for something terrible to visit her own children as punishment for their disrespect. She was praying to the devil, my grandmother told me years later, her voice still shaking at the memory. Our own mother was calling on Satan himself to punish us. I'd never been so terrified in my life. The prayer or curse or whatever it was went on for maybe 5 minutes. My great-grandmother's voice got louder and more intense as she spoke, and the temperature in the house seemed to drop dramatically. My grandmother said they could see their breath in the air, even though it was the middle of summer. When she finished, My great-grandmother stood up and looked at her daughters with eyes that seemed completely black in the dim light. "Now you'll understand what it means to reject your family's protection," she said. "Now you'll learn what happens when you invite darkness into your lives." She went to her bedroom and slammed the door, leaving my grandmother and great-aunt standing in the living room, too scared to move or speak. They went to their shared bedroom and got ready for bed in complete silence, both of them still in shock over what had just happened. My grandmother said she kept hoping it was all just her mother being dramatic, that nothing would really come of her angry words. But at exactly 3 a.m., something started happening. My great-aunt was the first to experience it. She was lying in bed, still awake, because she was too upset to sleep, when she heard footsteps in the hallway outside their room. Slow, dragging footsteps, like someone was walking with great effort or pain. At first she thought it was her mother getting up to use the bathroom, but the footsteps were wrong. They were too slow, too deliberate, and they seemed to be getting closer and closer to their bedroom door. Then she felt it, a presence in the room with them. Something dark and malevolent that hadn't been there before. The air became thick and oppressive, and she could smell sulfur, like matches being struck over and over again. My grandmother was apparently asleep by this point, but my great-aunt was wide awake and paralyzed with terror. She wanted to wake her sister, wanted to scream, wanted to run, but she couldn't make her body move. It was like she was trapped in her own skin, completely helpless. That's when the presence started touching her. She felt her blanket being pulled slowly down toward the foot of the bed, not yanked or grabbed, but deliberately moved as if invisible hands were carefully drawing it away from her body. She tried to hold onto it, tried to pull it back up, but her arms wouldn't obey her. Then she felt her nightgown being lifted. Again, slowly and deliberately, like someone was undressing her with methodical precision. The fabric slid up her body until it was bunched around her shoulders, leaving her back completely exposed. She was lying on her side, facing away from the center of the room, so she couldn't see what was behind her. But she could feel something there, something large and menacing, standing right beside her bed. That's when it struck her. A hand, not a human hand, but something with claws or talons, slapped her hard across her bare back. The pain was immediate and intense, like being branded with a hot iron. She said it felt like her skin was actually burning, like acid had been poured on her. The shock and pain broke whatever spell had been keeping her paralyzed. She screamed and rolled over, finally able to move again. Her scream woke up my grandmother, who sat up in bed just in time to see something dark and shapeless retreating toward the corner of their room. "What happened? What's wrong?" my grandmother asked, but my great-aunt was crying too hard to answer coherently. My grandmother turned on the bedside lamp and saw that her sister's back was covered in what looked like a severe burn. But it wasn't just a random burn. It had a specific shape. It looked exactly like a goat's hoof, with 3 distinct finger or claw marks extending from it. The marks were bright red and blistering, like they'd been made with a branding iron. They covered most of my great-aunt's upper back, and they were obviously going to be permanent. My grandmother said she'd never seen anything like it, never seen an injury that looked so deliberate and symbolic. But that wasn't the end of it. While my great-aunt was being physically attacked, my grandmother was having her own supernatural experience. She'd fallen into this incredibly vivid dream where she was trapped in what could only be described as hell. She found herself in this massive underground cavern filled with fire and smoke and the sounds of people screaming in agony. The heat was unbearable, and the air was so thick with sulfur that she could barely breathe. Everywhere she looked, she could see people being tortured in ways that were too horrible to describe. But the worst part was that she knew she belonged there. In the dream, she understood that this was her punishment for disrespecting her mother and rejecting the spiritual protection of their family. She was going to spend eternity in this place, suffering unimaginable torments as payment for her sins. The dream felt completely real. She could feel the heat on her skin, could smell the sulfur and burning flesh, could hear every scream and moan of the damned souls around her. It wasn't like a normal dream where things are fuzzy or disconnected. This was as vivid and detailed as waking life. She said she experienced what felt like years of torture in that place. She was burned, beaten, torn apart, and put back together, subjected to every form of suffering imaginable. And through it all, she could hear her mother's voice echoing through the cavern, reminding her that this was what she'd chosen when she decided to disobey. When her sister's scream woke her up, she was drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably. The transition from that hellish nightmare back to their bedroom was so jarring that she couldn't speak for several minutes, but the supernatural activity wasn't finished with them yet. Over the next few hours, the house itself started falling apart around them. Doors began slamming shut and flying open with tremendous force, hard enough to rattle the walls and knock pictures off their hooks. Drawers in the kitchen started sliding out and shooting across the room like they'd been fired from cannons. The worst was the piano. My great-grandmother had this old, upright piano in the living room that she'd inherited from her own mother. It was rarely played, none of them were particularly musical. But that night it started playing by itself, not just random notes, but actual songs. Funeral dirges mostly, slow and mournful melodies that filled the house with the most depressing sound you could imagine. The piano would play for hours at a time, always the same type of sad, haunting music. My grandmother and great-aunt huddled together in their bedroom, listening to the chaos destroying their house and wondering if they were going to survive until morning. Every few minutes, something else would crash or bang or shatter, and underneath it all was the constant sound of that piano playing death songs. When the sun finally came up, the supernatural activity gradually faded away. The doors stopped slamming, the drawers stopped flying around, and the piano fell silent. But the damage was done, not just to the house, but to my family. My great-aunt's burns never fully healed. Even today, more than 50 years later, you can still see the scar on her back, a perfect outline of a goat's hoof with 3 claw marks. It's faded over the years, but it's still clearly visible, still obviously unnatural. And the curse that my great-grandmother called down that night didn't end with her daughters. It attached itself to our bloodline, following every woman born into our family through the generations. My mother dealt with poltergeist activity throughout her childhood and teenage years. Objects would move around her room. She'd hear voices calling her name when no one was there, and she'd wake up with scratches and bruises that she couldn't explain. My sister has had similar experiences, and so have my female cousins. We all have stories of supernatural harassment, unexplained injuries, and encounters with malevolent spirits that seem to be drawn to us specifically. The men in our family are mostly left alone, but the women, we're all marked somehow. We all carry the weight of what my great-grandmother did that night in 1967. She lived for another 15 years after cursing her daughters, but she was never the same. The house continued to be plagued by supernatural activity, and she gradually became more and more isolated from the community. People stopped coming to her for help, stopped trusting her abilities. My grandmother always believed that calling on the devil that night corrupted her mother's gift, turned her connection to the spiritual world into something dark and twisted. Instead of being able to help people, she became a conduit for malevolent forces that fed on fear and suffering. When my great-grandmother died in 1982, the supernatural activity in the house should have ended, but it didn't. If anything, it got worse. The curse she'd placed on her family had taken on a life of its own, becoming something that existed independently of her will or presence. I've tried everything I can think of to break this curse. I've consulted with priests, spiritual healers, other practitioners who claim to understand these things, but nothing has worked. Whatever my great-grandmother set in motion that night is still with us, still affecting every woman born into our bloodline. Sometimes I wonder if she regretted what she did. In her final years, she would sometimes look at me with such sadness in her eyes, like she wanted to apologize, but didn't know how. But by then, it was too late. The damage was done, the curse was active, and there was no way to take back what she'd called down on her own family. That night in July of 1967 changed everything for us. One moment of anger and wounded pride, one decision to call on dark forces for revenge, and now every woman in my family is marked for life. And the most terrifying part is that I have daughters of my own now, and I can already see the signs that they're being affected too. The curse continues, and I don't know how to stop it. Story 10. I need to tell someone about what I experienced in Devil's Grove, because it's been eating at me for years, and I still can't make sense of what I saw that day. Most people in Santa Fe have never even heard of Devil's Grove, and the few who have usually just dismiss it as urban legend or teenage nonsense. But I know what I witnessed in those trees, and I know that some places in this world are just wrong in ways that can't be explained. Devil's Grove is this hidden patch of forest behind the oldest cemetery in Santa Fe. The cemetery itself is pretty well known. It's been there since the 1800s, and it's got this address that always creep people out, 1134. When you flip those numbers around, they spell out hell. Most locals just figured it was a coincidence, but anyone who's spent time in that area knows better. I first learned about the grove from my dad, though he never meant to tell me about it. It was one of those stories that came out during a family gathering when he'd had a few drinks and was feeling talkative about his younger, wilder days. Back in 1991, when he was in his early 20s, my dad had gotten himself into some serious legal trouble. He'd been involved in some kind of drug deal that went bad, and the police were actively looking for him. I never got the full details. My dad wasn't proud of that period of his life. But the basic story was that he needed to disappear for a while until things cooled down. He'd heard about this secluded area behind the old cemetery where people could hide out without being found. Local rumors said it was a place where runaway kids and people dodging the law could camp for days or weeks without anyone bothering them. So late one night, he grabbed a backpack with some supplies and made his way there. The cemetery itself was easy enough to find, but getting to the grove behind it was trickier. You had to climb over the back fence of the cemetery and then push through about 50 yards of thick brush and scrub trees. My dad said it felt like the vegetation was deliberately trying to keep people out. The branches were thick and tangled, and they seemed to grab at your clothes and skin as you passed through. But once you made it through that barrier, you found yourself in this completely different environment. The grove was maybe an acre of old-growth trees, much older and larger than anything else in the immediate area. They formed a natural clearing that was almost perfectly circular, with these massive trunks creating walls around an open space in the center. What made the grove truly bizarre were the holes. Almost every tree had at least one hole in its trunk, and some had multiple holes. These weren't small gaps or natural hollow spots. They were perfectly round openings about the size of a large watermelon that went straight into the trees like someone had drilled them with precise machinery. My dad spent 3 nights sleeping in that clearing, and he said it was the most unsettling experience of his life. During the day, the place felt merely strange and unwelcoming, but at night it became something else entirely. The first thing he noticed was how sounds behaved differently in the grove. Normal forest sounds, wind through leaves, small animals moving around, insects, were completely absent. The silence was so complete it felt oppressive, like the air itself was too thick to carry sound properly. Out of curiosity, my dad started throwing rocks into some of the holes in the trees. He expected to hear them hit the back of the hollow spaces, or at least some kind of impact sound. But every rock he threw just disappeared into the darkness without making any noise at all. No thud, no echo, nothing. It was like the holes went on forever, swallowing the stones into some kind of infinite void. That discovery disturbed him enough that he stopped throwing rocks and tried to focus on just getting through the nights until he could safely leave the area. But on his second night, he started hearing things that shouldn't have been possible in such a silent place. Footsteps circling the clearing, slow and deliberate, like someone was walking around the perimeter of the grove, just outside the ring of trees. The steps were too heavy and regular to be an animal, but whenever he looked toward the sound, there was nothing there. Then came the sound of branches breaking, not just small twigs snapping, but large branches being deliberately broken with tremendous force. The sounds came from different directions around the clearing, always just outside his line of sight. It was like something invisible was moving through the trees, breaking branches as it went, but being careful to stay hidden. My dad said the worst part was the feeling of being watched. Every moment he spent in that clearing, day or night, he felt eyes on him. Not just casual observation, but intense, malevolent attention. Like something was studying him, trying to decide what to do with him. By the third night, he couldn't take it anymore. The combination of the unnatural silence, the bottomless holes in the trees, the invisible presence moving around the perimeter, and the constant feeling of being observed had pushed him to the breaking point. He packed up his gear and left in the middle of the night, deciding he'd rather take his chances with the police than spend another hour in Devil's Grove. When he told me this story years later, I was probably 15 or 16 and thought it sounded like the coolest, most mysterious place imaginable. My dad tried to discourage my interest, said the grove was dangerous and that I should stay away from it, but that just made me more curious. It took me several months to work up the nerve and find the right opportunity to explore the grove myself. I finally got my chance on a Saturday in October when my parents were out of town for the weekend. I told my friends I was sick and couldn't hang out, then spent the morning gathering supplies, flashlight, water, snacks, my phone for photos. I drove to the cemetery around 2 in the afternoon, figuring I'd have plenty of daylight to explore and still get out before dark. The cemetery during the day was peaceful and normal, just rows of old headstones and well-maintained paths. But even in broad daylight, there was something unsettling about being there alone. I found the back fence without too much trouble and climbed over it into the brush beyond. My dad hadn't exaggerated about the vegetation. It was incredibly thick and seemed designed to keep people out. Branches caught my clothes, thorns scratched my arms, and I had to push through spider webs that felt like they hadn't been disturbed in years. But after about 10 minutes of fighting through the undergrowth, I emerged into the grove and immediately understood why my dad had been so affected by the place. The contrast was shocking. One moment I was struggling through dense, chaotic brush, and the next I was standing in this perfectly organized circular clearing surrounded by enormous, ancient trees. The silence was immediate and complete, not just quiet, but a total absence of sound that felt unnatural and wrong. The trees were even more impressive than my dad had described. They were massive, probably several hundred years old, with trunks so wide that it would have taken 3 or 4 people holding hands to reach around them, and every single one had at least one of those perfectly round holes. I walked slowly around the perimeter of the clearing, examining the holes more closely. They were all roughly the same size and shape, carved with precision that seemed impossible for natural processes. The edges were smooth and even, like they'd been cut with advanced machinery. But these trees were clearly ancient, much older than any technology that could have created such perfect holes. More disturbing was what I could see or couldn't see when I looked into the holes. I brought a powerful flashlight, but even with its beam directed straight into the openings, I couldn't see the back of any hole. The light just disappeared into the darkness, revealing nothing about how deep the holes went or what was inside them. Following my dad's example, I picked up a rock and threw it into one of the holes. Just like he'd described, there was no sound of impact. The rock vanished into the darkness and was gone, swallowed by whatever lay beyond the opening. That's when I started feeling the sensation my dad had described, the overwhelming sense of being watched. It came on suddenly, like someone had just turned their full attention to me. I looked around the clearing, but I was obviously alone. No movement, no sound, nothing to indicate another presence. But the feeling persisted and grew stronger. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was standing in a spotlight being observed by hostile eyes. Every instinct I had was telling me to leave, to get out of that place immediately. Instead, being a stupid teenager who thought I was braver than I actually was, I decided to explore more thoroughly. I wanted to document what I'd found, maybe get some photos that would prove the grove was real and as strange as my dad had claimed. I walked to the center of the clearing and started taking pictures with my phone. The photos looked normal enough, just trees and shadows and empty space. But looking at them later, I noticed things that I hadn't seen with my naked eye. Dark shapes that seemed to move between the trees, shadows that fell in directions that didn't match the sunlight, areas of the clearing that appeared different in each photo, even though I'd been standing in the same spot. As I was taking pictures, I started hearing sounds that shouldn't have been possible in the unnatural silence of the grove. Whispers, so quiet they were almost imperceptible, seemed to be coming from the holes in the trees. Not words I could understand, but definitely voices, multiple voices, speaking in low, urgent tones. I moved closer to one of the larger holes and held my breath, trying to hear more clearly. The whispers were definitely coming from inside the tree, from whatever lay beyond the opening. They sounded desperate, pleading, like people calling for help from a great distance. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were marks around the edge of the hole, scratches in the bark that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. Human fingernails, clawing at the wood like someone had been trying to climb out of the hole. I stepped back from the tree and started looking at the other holes more carefully. They all had similar marks, scratches, gouges, desperate claw marks around their edges, like people had been trapped inside and had tried to escape, scraping at the bark until their fingers bled. That's when I remembered the story my dad had mentioned in passing, something I'd dismissed as local legend until that moment. Back in the late 1980s, a 12-year-old boy had gone missing in Santa Fe. After weeks of searching, they'd found his body in Devil's Grove, wedged into one of the tree holes up to his waist. According to the police reports, there was no way the boy could have gotten into that position on his own. The hole was several feet off the ground, and the boy's body was pressed so deeply into the opening that it took several hours and special equipment to extract him. The official cause of death was listed as suffocation, but the investigating officers noted that the positioning of the body defied logical explanation. Standing in that clearing, looking at the claw marks around the holes and listening to the whispers coming from inside the trees, I started to understand what might have happened to that boy, and I started to realize that whatever had taken him might still be active. The whispers were getting louder, and they seemed to be coming from multiple holes now. Not just desperate pleading, but angry, demanding voices. And underneath the whispers, I could hear other sounds, scratching, scraping, like something was trying to claw its way out from inside the trees. I was starting to panic, but I forced myself to stay calm and think rationally. I needed to document what I was experiencing, needed to get proof of what was happening in this place. So I pulled out my phone and started recording a video. That's when I saw them. Through the camera screen, I could see figures moving among the trees. Dark, human-shaped shadows that weren't visible to my naked eye, but showed up clearly on my phone's display. They were moving slowly around the perimeter of the clearing, just like my dad had described hearing footsteps doing years earlier. But these weren't just shadows, they were people. Or at least they had been people once. I could see their faces through the camera, pale and distorted, with expressions of terror and desperation. They were reaching toward the center of the clearing, toward me, like they were trying to grab something just out of their reach. As I watched through my phone screen, more figures appeared. Dozens of them surrounding the clearing, all reaching toward me with the same desperate expressions. And I realized with growing horror that these were probably all the people who had gone missing in or around Devil's Grove over the years. People who had been taken by whatever force controlled this place, trapped in some kind of liminal space between the physical world and something else. The boy from the 80s was among them. I could see his face clearly. Young, terrified, still wearing the same clothes described in the missing persons reports I'd read online. He was mouthing words I couldn't hear, trying to communicate something urgent. That's when I understood what the holes in the trees really were. They weren't just hollow spaces or natural formations. They were portals, doorways to somewhere else, somewhere that existed outside normal reality. And whatever lay on the other side was hungry, constantly trying to pull people through those openings into its domain. The whispers from the holes were getting louder and more insistent. They were speaking in English now, and I could understand what they were saying. They were calling my name, telling me to come closer, promising to show me wonders beyond imagination if I would just put my hand into one of the openings. I knew I had to get out of there immediately. Whatever force controlled Devil's Grove was getting stronger, more active, responding to my presence. The shadow figures were becoming more solid, more visible even without looking through my phone screen. And the whispers were becoming commands, direct orders for me to approach the holes. I started backing toward the edge of the clearing, trying to reach the brush that would lead me back to the cemetery. But the whispers turned angry, and the shadow figures began moving faster, closing in on me from all sides. That's when I heard the sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. The sound of something large and heavy falling into one of the holes. Not a rock or piece of wood, but something that hit the edges of the opening with a wet, organic impact before disappearing into the void. I looked toward the sound and saw one of the shadow figures climbing out of a hole, pulling itself up through the opening like someone emerging from a deep well. But this figure wasn't transparent like the others. It was solid, real, covered in what looked like dark, sticky mud or worse. It stood up fully and turned toward me, and I could see that it had once been human, but was now something else entirely. Its face was wrong, distorted, with too many teeth and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. It started walking toward me with jerky, unnatural movements. I ran. I crashed through the brush surrounding the clearing, not caring about the thorns or branches that tore at my clothes and skin. I could hear something crashing through the vegetation behind me, following me, but I didn't dare look back to see what it was. I made it to the cemetery fence and vaulted over it in one motion, then sprinted to my car and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't stop shaking until I was miles away from that place. When I got home, I immediately tried to look at the photos and video I'd taken. But every single file was corrupted, showing nothing but static and digital noise. It was like something had reached through my phone and destroyed any evidence of what I'd experienced. That was 5 years ago, and I've never gone back to Devil's Grove. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear whispers calling my name, still see shadow figures in my peripheral vision. And I know that whatever lives in those trees, whatever exists on the other side of those holes, it remembers me. It's still waiting for me to come back. Story 11. I've never talked about what happened to me during my brief time working at the Drury Inn in Santa Fe, but I need to get this out because it's been haunting me for years. People see this beautiful luxury hotel in the heart of downtown and think it's just another high-end place to stay, but they have no idea what that building used to be, what it still is, underneath all the renovations and fancy decor. The Drury Inn used to be St. Vincent Hospital back when it was actually functioning as a medical facility. I'm not talking about the modern St. Vincent that exists now. I'm talking about the original hospital that operated in that building for decades before they shut it down and converted it into a hotel. And let me tell you, some buildings should never be repurposed, no matter how much money you throw at the renovation. I was 23 when I got hired there, fresh out of nursing school and desperate for work. The job market was terrible. And when the hotel offered me a position as their night shift medical attendant, basically someone to handle any guest medical emergencies and maintain their small medical supply area, I jumped at it. The pay was decent, the hours worked with my schedule, and it seemed like easy work. The human resources person who hired me mentioned that the building had some historical significance as a former medical facility, but she made it sound charming, like it added character to the place. She didn't mention anything about why the previous 3 people in my position had all quit within their first month. My job was pretty straightforward. I worked the night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., mostly just being on call, in case any guests had medical issues. The hotel maintained a small medical station in the basement where they kept basic supplies, bandages, medications, that kind of thing. I was supposed to check on the supplies every few hours, respond to any emergency calls from guests, and basically just be available if anyone needed medical attention during the night. For the first couple of weeks, everything seemed normal. The hotel was beautiful, the guests were mostly well-behaved, and the other staff members were friendly enough. Sure, there were some weird architectural features left over from when it was a hospital. Weird angles in some of the hallways, doors that led to nowhere, rooms that seemed bigger or smaller than they should be. But I figured that was just the quirks of converting a medical building into a hotel. The problem started in my 3rd week, specifically on a Tuesday night in late November. I was doing my regular rounds around 1 a.m., checking to make sure everything was quiet and secure, when I heard it for the first time. A baby crying, coming from somewhere on the 3rd floor. At first, I didn't think much of it. Hotels get families with small children all the time, and babies cry. It's just what they do. But as I listened more carefully, I realized the sound was coming from a specific location, room 311. The crying was persistent and distressed, the kind of sound that makes you want to do something to help immediately. It wasn't just fussing or normal baby noise. It was the desperate, inconsolable crying of a child in real distress. I checked my guest registry to see who was staying in 311. According to my records, the room was unoccupied that night. Empty, cleaned, ready for the next guest, but currently vacant. That was strange, but I figured maybe there was some kind of error in the system, or maybe someone had checked in late and the system hadn't been updated yet. So I went up to the 3rd floor to investigate. The crying was definitely coming from room 311. I could hear it clearly through the door, and it was getting louder and more desperate as I approached. I knocked gently on the door. "Hello? Is everything all right in there? Do you need any assistance?" The moment I knocked, the crying stopped, instantly, completely silent. I waited for a few seconds, then knocked again. "Hello? I'm the night medical attendant. I heard a baby crying and wanted to make sure everyone was okay." Nothing. Complete silence. I used my master key to open the door, thinking maybe the parents were dealing with a medical emergency and couldn't respond. But when I stepped into the room, it was completely empty. The beds were made, the room was spotless, and there was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there recently. I did a thorough check of the room, looked in the bathroom, checked the closets, even looked under the beds. Nothing. No baby, no parents, no luggage, no indication that anyone had been in that room. But I knew what I'd heard, that crying had been real, loud, and definitely coming from inside room 311. I went back downstairs and double-checked the registration system. Room 311 was definitely listed as vacant and had been empty since the previous checkout 2 days earlier. No reservations, no late arrivals, nothing. I tried to dismiss it as maybe sound carrying from another room, or perhaps some kind of acoustic quirk of the building. Old buildings can have strange sound properties, and maybe I'd been hearing crying from a different room that seemed like it was coming from 311. But the next night, it happened again. Same time, around 1 a.m., same desperate crying coming from the same room. I went upstairs immediately this time, and again, the moment I approached the door, the crying stopped. I opened the room with my key, and again, it was completely empty. This pattern continued for the next week. Every single night, at approximately the same time, I would hear a baby crying in distress coming from room 311. Every time I investigated, the crying would stop the moment I got near the door, and the room would be empty. I started keeping detailed notes of these incidents, including the exact times, the duration of the crying, and any other details I could observe. I was trying to find some pattern or explanation that would make sense of what I was experiencing. The other hotel staff members started to notice that I seemed stressed and tired. When I finally worked up the courage to mention the crying baby to my supervisor, she got this weird expression on her face and asked me not to discuss it with the other employees or guests. "Old buildings make strange sounds," she told me. "Pipes, air conditioning, settling foundations. Don't let your imagination run away with you." But I knew the difference between mechanical sounds and a baby crying. What I was hearing was definitely human, definitely a child in distress. The situation escalated dramatically on Christmas Eve. I was working the night shift, and the hotel was quieter than usual because most guests had either gone home for the holidays or were out celebrating. I was actually looking forward to a peaceful night for once. But at exactly 12:57 a.m., I remember the precise time because I was watching the clock, dreading the usual 1 a.m. crying. The sound started again from room 311, except this time it was different. Instead of just crying, I could hear what sounded like a baby struggling to breathe. Gasping, choking sounds mixed with weak, desperate cries. It was the sound of a child fighting for air, fighting for life. Every medical instinct I had kicked in immediately. Whatever was happening in that room, it sounded like a genuine medical emergency. I grabbed my emergency medical kit and ran up to the 3rd floor. The sounds were getting worse as I approached the room, not just difficulty breathing, but the awful rattling gasps that you hear when someone is dying. I used my key to open the door immediately, not bothering to knock first. The room was empty as always, but this time the sounds didn't stop when I entered. I could still hear them clearly coming from somewhere in the room, but I couldn't pinpoint the exact location. The gasping, struggling sounds seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stood in that empty room, listening to the death sounds of a child I couldn't see, and felt more helpless than I'd ever felt in my life. Every fiber of my being wanted to help, wanted to do something to save this baby, but there was nothing there. Nothing I could see, nothing I could touch, nothing I could help. The sounds continued for maybe 3 more minutes. 3 minutes of listening to a baby die, and then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sounds had been. I stayed in that room for almost an hour, searching every inch, hoping to find some explanation for what I'd experienced. But there was nothing. Just an empty hotel room that had somehow been filled with the sounds of a child's final moments. The next day, I did some research into the history of the building. What I found made my blood run cold. Back when the building was still St. Vincent Hospital, there had been a terrible car accident on Christmas Eve in 1983. A young father and his infant son had been brought to the emergency room, both in critical condition. The father died on arrival, but the baby was stabilized and moved to room 311 for monitoring. The child had internal injuries from the accident, internal bleeding that the medical staff couldn't control with the technology available at the time. He died in room 311 on Christmas morning after struggling for hours to breathe as his condition deteriorated. Reading that report, I realized that what I'd been hearing every night was the echo of that child's final hours. And on Christmas Eve, the anniversary of his death, the sounds had been at their most intense and realistic. But knowing the history didn't make the experience any easier to deal with. If anything, it made it worse, because now I knew that I was listening to the real suffering of a real child over and over again. I requested a transfer to day shifts, but my supervisor refused. She said the hotel needed someone reliable on nights, and that I needed to learn to ignore what she called building acoustics. That's when she told me about the basement. Part of my job responsibilities that I hadn't been told about during training was maintaining the medical supply room in the basement. She explained that I needed to go down there at least once per shift to check inventory and ensure that all the emergency medical supplies were properly stocked and organized. "Why didn't anyone mention this before?" I asked. She gave me this uncomfortable look. "The previous employees had some difficulties with the basement duties. We were hoping you'd be different." She handed me a key and told me that the basement medical supply room was at the far end of the basement level, past the laundry facilities and storage areas. She emphasized that I should go down there during the busiest part of my shift, when there were other people around the building. "Don't go down there when you're completely alone in the hotel," she said. "Always make sure there are guests or other staff members in the building." That should have been a huge red flag, but I needed the job and didn't want to make waves by asking too many questions. The first time I went to the basement was the following Tuesday, around 2 a.m. There were still a few guests awake in the building, and I could hear the laundry machines running, so I felt relatively safe following my supervisor's instructions. The basement was much larger than I'd expected, extending far beyond what you'd think based on the footprint of the hotel above. It was a maze of hallways and rooms, most of them still looking like they belonged in a hospital rather than a hotel. Fluorescent lighting, tile floors, that institutional smell that never quite goes away no matter how much you clean. I found the medical supply room without too much trouble. It was exactly what you'd expect. Shelves of bandages, medications, basic medical equipment. Everything was neatly organized and well maintained. I did a quick inventory check and headed back upstairs, relieved that nothing unusual had happened. But as I was leaving the basement, I heard something that stopped me cold. Growling. Low, guttural growling that definitely didn't sound human. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the basement, from areas I hadn't explored. I told myself it was probably just the building's mechanical systems, boilers, air handlers, something like that. Old buildings make all kinds of strange noises, but the growling had a quality to it that was unmistakably organic, unmistakably alive. I got out of the basement as quickly as I could and tried to put the sound out of my mind. Over the next few weeks, I developed a routine for the basement visits. Go down, check the supplies, get out as fast as possible. Don't explore, don't investigate strange sounds, don't linger any longer than absolutely necessary. But on New Year's Eve, everything went wrong. I was working the night shift, and the hotel was busier than usual with guests celebrating the holiday. I'd been putting off my basement visit until later in the shift because I was dealing with several guest requests and minor medical situations. Nothing serious, just people who'd had too much to drink or needed basic first aid. By 4 a.m., the hotel had finally quieted down, and I realized I still needed to do my basement inventory. I knew my supervisor's instructions about not going down there alone, but everyone else in the building was asleep, and I figured it would be a quick trip. I took the elevator down to the basement level and made my way through the familiar maze of hallways toward the medical supply room. Everything seemed normal at first. The usual institutional lighting, the usual hospital smells, the usual sense of being in a space that didn't quite belong in a luxury hotel. But as I got deeper into the basement, I started noticing things that hadn't been there before. Scratch marks on the walls, long, deep gouges in the paint, and even the concrete underneath, like something with claws, had been scraping at the surfaces. The marks were fresh. I could see where white paint had been scraped away to reveal the grey concrete beneath. The scratches got more extensive the deeper I went into the basement. By the time I reached the medical supply room, entire sections of the walls looked like they'd been attacked by some kind of wild animal. I did my inventory as quickly as possible, wanting to get out of there before whatever had made those marks decided to come back. But as I was finishing up, I heard that growling again, much louder and closer than before. It wasn't coming from the mechanical systems. It was coming from one of the other rooms in the basement, and it was moving. I could hear it getting closer, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that didn't sound quite human. I turned off the lights in the supply room and tried to make my way back to the elevator as quietly as possible. But the basement was like a maze, and in my panic, I got turned around. Instead of heading toward the exit, I found myself going deeper into areas of the basement I'd never seen before. The growling was getting louder, and I could hear other sounds now too. Scraping, dragging sounds, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. And voices, human voices, but distorted and wrong, speaking in languages I didn't recognize. I turned a corner and found myself in a section of the basement that looked different from the rest. Instead of clean hotel renovation, this area still looked exactly like it had when the building was a hospital. Medical equipment covered in dust, gurneys lined up against the walls, that unmistakable smell of antiseptic and decay. That's when I saw it. Against the far wall was this huge industrial furnace, not a modern heating system, but an old-style crematorium furnace with thick metal doors and controls that looked like they hadn't been updated since the 1950s, and the metal doors were streaked with something dark that looked horribly like dried blood. As I stood there staring at this nightmare fuel, I heard my supervisor's voice behind me. "You weren't supposed to come down here alone." I spun around and saw her standing in the doorway, but she looked different somehow. Her face was pale, almost grey, and her eyes seemed to reflect light like an animal's. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "This is where they used to dispose of the medical waste," she said, walking slowly toward me. "Amputated limbs, surgical specimens, organs removed during operations. Everything got incinerated down here." She gestured toward the furnace, but some of the staff got creative with what they considered medical waste. Sometimes patients who died without family, homeless people who wouldn't be missed, people who'd seen things they shouldn't have seen. I backed away from her, getting closer to the furnace. "That's impossible. Hospitals don't just incinerate people. There are regulations, oversight." She laughed, and the sound was wrong, too high and too sharp. This was a different time, different rules, and some of the staff here developed tastes for things that went beyond normal medical practice. That's when I felt something grab my shoulder from behind. I spun around and found myself face to face with something that might have been human once, but definitely wasn't anymore. It was wearing what looked like an old hospital uniform, but the fabric was stained and rotted. Its face was wrong, features in the wrong places, too many teeth, eyes that were completely black. "New initiation," it said in a voice like grinding metal. "Everyone has to touch the walls." Before I could react, it grabbed both my hands and pressed them against the wall next to the furnace. The moment my palms made contact with the surface, I felt something wet and warm. I looked down and saw that my hands were covered in blood, fresh blood that was seeping from the walls themselves, running down the concrete in thin red streams. I screamed and tried to pull away, but the thing in the hospital uniform held me there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, long enough for the blood to soak through my skin, to coat my hands completely. Then, suddenly, I was alone. The creature was gone. My supervisor was gone, and I was standing by myself in that horrible basement room, with blood covering my hands and the smell of death all around me. I ran. I found my way back to the elevator somehow and got up to the lobby, where I spent the rest of my shift sitting behind the front desk, staring at my hands. The blood was still there, still wet and warm, no matter how many times I washed them. When the day shift arrived at 7 a.m., I told them I was sick and needed to go home. I never went back to that hotel. I quit via phone call the next day and never set foot in that building again. When they mailed me my final paycheck, I threw it away without opening it. That was 15 years ago, and I still wake up some nights with the taste of blood in my mouth and the sound of that baby crying in room 311 echoing in my ears. I've never worked in healthcare since then. I can't. Every time I try, I remember that furnace in the basement and the feeling of fresh blood seeping from the walls. Sometimes I drive past the Drury Inn when I'm in Santa Fe, and it looks so normal, so beautiful and welcoming. Guests check in and out, families take vacation photos in front of the building, people enjoy their stay in what they think is just another luxury hotel. But I know what's still down in that basement. I know what's still crying in room 311 every night at 1 a.m. And I know that some buildings should never be converted, no matter how much money you spend trying to make them into something else. Because some places never forget what they used to be. Story 12. I need to tell someone about what my dad experienced when he worked at La Posada Resort in Santa Fe, because even though it happened over 20 years ago, it still affects our whole family. My dad was never the same after that night, and honestly, I don't think any of us were either once we heard the full story of what Julia did to him. Most people who visit La Posada today see this gorgeous luxury resort with beautiful gardens and elegant architecture, and they have no idea that they're staying in what used to be someone's private home. Someone who died in that house. Someone who never really left. My dad started working there as a waiter in the fall of 1998. He was in his early 30s, had been working in restaurants for years, and when La Posada offered him a position in their upscale dining room, he was thrilled. The pay was good, the clientele was upscale, and the resort had this reputation for being one of the most prestigious places to work in Santa Fe. During his orientation, the manager gave him and the other new employees a brief history of the property. She explained that the resort had been built around and incorporated the original mansion of Julia Schuster, a German woman who had come to Santa Fe in 1865 to marry a wealthy merchant named Abraham Stab. The manager made it sound romantic and charming, this love story between a German immigrant and a successful businessman who had built her a magnificent home where they'd raised their family. She mentioned that some of the original rooms from Julia's mansion were still part of the resort, preserved as historical features that added character and authenticity to the guest experience. What she didn't mention during that orientation was why Julia's story had ended, or why the staff had certain very specific protocols they were expected to follow. My dad learned about those protocols from the other waiters and bartenders, usually whispered conversations during smoke breaks or after particularly long shifts. There were rules that weren't in any employee handbook, traditions that had been passed down through generations of staff members. The most important rule was about Julia's room. Julia's original bedroom had been preserved as part of the resort's historical features, but it wasn't open to guests. It was kept locked, maintained by housekeeping, but never used for actual accommodation. And every single employee, from the moment they started working at La Posada, was expected to visit that room within their first week. Not just visit it, but introduce themselves to Julia and leave a rose on the dresser where she used to sit and brush her hair before it all went white. "It sounds crazy," one of the veteran waiters told my dad, "but trust me, you do not want to skip this tradition. Julia doesn't like it when people work in her house without proper introduction." And this, my dad thought it was just quaint local folklore, the kind of charming ghost story that tourist destinations love to cultivate. He figured he'd go through the motions, leave a flower in an empty room, and that would be the end of it. He was wrong. The other staff members also warned him about Julia's standards for behavior in her house. She'd been a proper lady from a good German family, and she expected everyone in her home to behave with appropriate respect and decorum. That meant no profanity, no crude behavior, no disrespecting women, and absolutely no tolerance for guests or staff who acted inappropriately toward the female employees. "Julia protects the women who work here," the head bartender explained to my dad. "She doesn't put up with harassment or disrespect, and she has her own ways of dealing with people who cross the line." Again, my dad thought this was just colorful local legend, ghost stories to add atmosphere to the workplace, nothing more. His first week went smoothly. He learned the menu, got comfortable with the layout of the dining room and bar area, and started building rapport with his co-workers and regular customers. La Posada attracted a mix of wealthy tourists and local business people, and the atmosphere was generally refined and pleasant. On his 6th day of work, my dad finally made time to visit Julia's room. It was located on the 2nd floor of the resort, in what had been the private family quarters of the original mansion. The hallway leading to her room felt different from the rest of the hotel, older, more intimate, like you were entering someone's actual home rather than a commercial establishment. The room itself was beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time. It had been restored to look exactly as it would have during Julia's lifetime, with period-appropriate furniture, wallpaper, and decorations. The centerpiece was an ornate vanity table with a large mirror, where Julia would have spent hours brushing her long hair before her tragedies turned it prematurely white. My dad stood in the doorway for a moment, feeling slightly foolish, but wanting to honor the tradition his co-workers had described. He'd brought a white rose from the resort's gardens, and he walked over to the vanity table and placed it next to an antique brush set. "Hello, Julia," he said quietly, feeling silly, but trying to be respectful. "My name is, well, my name, and I'm the new waiter in your dining room. I promise to work hard and treat your house and your guests with respect." As he spoke, he felt a sudden drop in temperature. Not just cool air from the air conditioning, but a distinct localized cold that seemed to surround him like stepping into a freezer. The hair on his arm stood up, and he had the unmistakable sensation of being watched by someone very close to him. He turned around slowly, half expecting to see someone standing behind him, but the room was empty, exactly as it had been when he'd entered. Still, the feeling of being observed continued, and he had the distinct impression that his introduction had been acknowledged by someone unseen. "Thank you for letting me work here," he said to the empty room, then quickly left and returned to his regular duties. For the next 2 weeks, everything seemed normal. My dad settled into his routine. The other staff members accepted him as part of the team, and he started to forget about the strange moment in Julia's room. But Julia hadn't forgotten about him. The incident that changed everything happened on a Friday night in early November. La Posada was hosting some kind of corporate event for a big company from Albuquerque, and the bar and dining room were packed with businessmen who'd been drinking heavily and getting increasingly loud and obnoxious as the evening went on. My dad was working the dining room, but he could see the bar area from his station. The head bartender that night was this young woman, maybe 25 years old, who was professional and skilled, but clearly struggling to deal with some of the more intoxicated guests. One group in particular was getting out of hand. 5 or 6 guys in expensive suits who'd obviously been drinking since early afternoon and were now at that stage where they thought they were hilarious and charming, but were actually just being gross and inappropriate. My dad watched as they kept making comments to the bartender, asking her personal questions, making suggestions about what she should do after work. She was handling it professionally, keeping her responses polite but distant, but my dad could see that she was getting increasingly uncomfortable. The situation escalated when one of the men, a big guy with graying hair and a loud voice, started making explicitly sexual comments about what he'd like to do with the bartender. She asked him politely to moderate his language, explaining that his comments were inappropriate. That's when the guy lost it. "Inappropriate?" he said, loud enough for half the bar to hear. "Listen here, sweetheart. I'm paying good money to drink in this place, and I'll say whatever I damn well please to whoever I want. You're just a bartender, so shut up and pour my drink." The entire bar went quiet. My dad said it was like someone had hit a mute button on the whole room. Everyone stopped talking, stopped moving, just stared at this guy who'd just completely crossed every line of decent behavior. The bartender's face went white, but she kept her composure. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to lower your voice and speak respectfully, or I'll need to call management." The guy slammed his hand down on the bar. "You'll do what I tell you to do, you little—" He never got to finish that sentence. The heavy crystal glass in his hand, which had been sitting solidly on the bar, suddenly shot across the room like it had been fired from a cannon. Not knocked over, not accidentally dropped, but propelled with tremendous force. It flew in a perfect arc over the heads of the other customers and smashed into the wall behind the dining area, exploding into hundreds of pieces. Dead silence. Everyone in the bar and dining room stared at the spot where the glass had impacted the wall, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. The guy who'd been harassing the bartender went pale as a sheet. He looked down at his empty hand, then at the shattered glass across the room, then back at his hand. There was no way the glass could have traveled that distance with that much force unless someone had thrown it, but no one had touched it. My dad said the temperature in the entire room dropped dramatically, like someone had opened all the doors in the middle of winter. Several people pulled their jackets tighter or rubbed their arms, and you could actually see people's breath in the air. That's when everyone in the bar turned to look at the staircase that led up to the second floor. There was a woman standing on the landing, looking down at the scene in the bar. She was wearing an elegant red dress that looked like it was from the late 1800s, with her white hair pinned up in an elaborate style. She was beautiful but pale, and there was something wrong about the way she stood, too still, too perfect, like a photograph instead of a living person. My dad recognized her immediately from the portrait that hung in the resort's lobby. It was Julia Schuster. She stood there for maybe 10 seconds, looking directly at the man who'd been harassing the bartender. Her expression wasn't angry, exactly, but it was stern and disapproving, like a mother scolding a misbehaving child. Then she was gone. Not walking away, not turning around, just gone, like she'd never been there at all. The man who'd been causing trouble stared up at the empty staircase, his mouth hanging open. Without saying another word, he threw a $50 bill on the bar and walked quickly toward the exit. His friends followed him, all of them looking shaken and confused. The rest of the customers gradually returned to their conversations, but the atmosphere in the room had completely changed. Everyone was speaking in hushed tones, and people kept glancing toward the staircase as if expecting to see something else. The bartender was visibly shaken, but trying to maintain her professional composure. My dad walked over to check on her. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded, but her hands were trembling as she wiped down the bar. "This isn't the first time something like this has happened," she said quietly. "Julia doesn't like it when people are disrespectful, especially to the women who work here." "That was really Julia?" The Julia from the portrait? Oh, yes, said another customer who'd been sitting at the end of the bar, an older local man who'd apparently seen this kind of thing before. Julia Schuster keeps an eye on things around here. She's very particular about how people behave in her house. My dad spent the rest of his shift trying to process what he'd witnessed. The flying glass could potentially be explained away. Maybe the guy had accidentally knocked it over with more force than anyone realized. But the woman on the stairs, the sudden temperature drop, the way she'd appeared and disappeared, none of that had any logical explanation. After the bar closed and most of the staff had gone home, my dad was finishing his closing duties in the dining room when he decided to go up to Julia's room. He wanted to thank her for protecting his co-worker, even though he felt ridiculous having a conversation with a ghost. The second floor was quiet and dimly lit, with just the emergency lighting providing illumination in the hallways. My dad made his way to Julia's room and knocked gently on the door. "Julia, it's me, the new waiter. I wanted to thank you for what you did tonight." He tried the door handle and found that it was unlocked, which surprised him since the room was normally kept secured. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Julia was sitting at her vanity table, brushing her long white hair with slow, methodical strokes. She was wearing the same red dress he'd seen her in downstairs, and in the dim light from the hallway, she looked almost solid, almost alive. She met his eyes in the mirror and smiled, not a scary or threatening expression, but a warm, motherly smile that somehow conveyed both sadness and gratitude. "You're welcome," she said, her voice soft and distant, like it was coming from very far away. "I've always protected the people who work in my home, especially the young women." That man forgot his manners, and I simply reminded him. My dad stood frozen in the doorway, not sure if he should speak or run or just keep staring at this impossible conversation. "You're a good man," Julia continued, still brushing her hair. "I can see it in the way you treat people, the way you respected my home when you introduced yourself. You understand that this is still a family house, not just a business." "I try to be respectful," my dad managed to say. "I know you do. And I want you to know that as long as you work here, as long as you treat my house and the people in it with kindness and respect, you'll have my protection. But if anyone, staff or guest, forgets themselves and behaves inappropriately..." She paused in her brushing and looked at him directly. "Well, you saw what happens." My dad nodded, not trusting his voice to work properly. "The rose you brought me was lovely," Julia said, returning to her brushing. "White roses were always my favorite. Abraham used to bring them to me from the garden every morning when we were first married." Before her voice trailed off, and my dad could see in the mirror that her expression had become infinitely sad. "I'm sorry for your losses," he said quietly. "Thank you. Losing children is, well, it's not something a mother ever recovers from. But at least here, in my house, I can still take care of people, still protect the ones who need protecting." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, Julia continuing to brush her hair, while my dad tried to accept that he was having a normal conversation with someone who had died over a century ago. "I should let you get back to your work," Julia said finally. "Thank you for coming to see me. It's been a long time since someone visited just to say thank you." "I'll come back," my dad promised. "I'll bring you more roses." "I'd like that," Julia smiled. "White ones, if you don't mind." My dad backed out of the room, and when he glanced back at the vanity mirror, Julia was gone. The chair was empty, the brush was sitting motionless on the table, and the room felt cold and vacant. But on the dresser, next to where he'd left the white rose 6 days earlier, was a fresh white rose. Not wilted or dying like his original flower, but perfect and newly bloomed, as if it had just been cut from a garden. My dad worked at La Posada for another 3 years after that night. He brought Julia white roses every week, sometimes stopping by her room just to talk to her about his day, or ask her advice about dealing with difficult customers. She never appeared to him as clearly as she had that first time, but he always felt her presence in the resort. Glasses would occasionally fly across the room when guests got out of line. The temperature would drop when someone was being disrespectful, and staff members who tried to take shortcuts or treat the job carelessly would find themselves having accident after accident until they either shaped up or quit. Julia ran her house with firm but fair expectations, just like she probably had when she was alive. My dad eventually left La Posada to take a management position at another restaurant, but he never forgot Julia or stopped bringing her roses. Even after he quit, he'd drive by the resort once a month and sneak up to her room to leave flowers and visit with her. The last time he saw her was in 2003, about 5 years after he'd stopped working there. He'd gone up to her room as usual, brought her a bouquet of white roses, and was just sitting in the chair across from her vanity table, telling her about his new job and how his family was doing. Halfway through his story, he looked up and saw her reflection in the mirror. She was smiling at him with that same warm, motherly expression, and she looked exactly as she had the first time he'd seen her. "You've been so good to me," she said. "Even after leaving my house, you still come to visit. You still remember." "Of course I remember," my dad said. "You protected me and everyone I worked with. You made sure we were safe in your home." "And now you have your own family to protect," Julia said. "Your own children to care for. I want you to know that I'm proud of the man you've become." That was the last thing she ever said to him. My dad waited for her to say more, but when he looked in the mirror again, she was gone. He still drives by La Posada sometimes, still leaves roses in Julia's room when he can manage to get upstairs without the current staff asking questions. But he's never seen her again, never heard her voice or felt her presence. I think Julia knew that my dad had moved on to a new chapter of his life, and she was gracious enough to let him go. But I also think she was grateful that someone had treated her not as a scary ghost story, but as a person, a woman who had suffered tremendous losses and was just trying to maintain some dignity and control in the house where she'd lived and died. My dad still keeps white roses in our garden, and every year on the anniversary of Julia's death, November 3rd, 1896, he cuts the most beautiful bloom he can find and drives it to La Posada. Because some people, even in death, deserve to be remembered with kindness and respect. And because Julia Schuster is still watching over her house, still protecting the people who work there, still making sure that everyone who enters her home remembers their manners. Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me at that abandoned asylum, and it's been almost 5 years since my stepfather took me there. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear on my life that what I experienced that day was real, and it changed the way I think about suffering, about innocence, and about how some places hold on to the memories of what happened there long after everyone has gone. My stepfather is one of those people who's fascinated by local history, especially the dark parts that most people prefer to forget. He spends his weekends exploring abandoned buildings, researching old newspaper archives, and tracking down stories about places that time has left behind. Usually I'm not interested in his historical adventures, but this particular Saturday in October I was bored and decided to tag along when he mentioned he was going to check out the grounds of an old state hospital that had been closed for decades. I should have asked more questions about what kind of hospital it was. The place was about an hour's drive from our house, located on this massive piece of property that had been fenced off and abandoned since the late 1970s. My stepfather had done his research and found a legal way to access the grounds. Apparently, the state had opened certain areas to historical researchers and urban exploration groups, as long as they followed specific safety guidelines and didn't enter any of the remaining structures. As we drove through the main gate, I could immediately see why the place had been abandoned. The buildings were massive, institutional structures that looked like something out of a nightmare. Grey concrete and brick, small barred windows, and this overall design that seemed specifically intended to make people feel hopeless and trapped. This was called Meadowbrook State Hospital, my stepfather explained as we parked near what used to be the main administration building. It operated from 1923 to 1978, and it was supposedly a treatment facility for people with mental illness and developmental disabilities. He handed me a folder full of photocopied documents and old newspaper clippings. But if you read the reports from former patients and staff members, you'll see that most of what happened here wasn't treatment at all. I started reading while he gathered his camera equipment and notebooks. The documents painted a picture of systematic abuse, neglect, and medical procedures that were essentially torture. Lobotomies performed without proper anesthesia, patients locked in isolation cells for months at a time, experimental treatments that had nothing to do with helping people and everything to do with controlling them. Why would they build something like this? I asked as we started walking toward the cluster of smaller buildings behind the main hospital. Different time, different attitudes about mental illness, my stepfather said. But even for the 1920s and 30s, what happened here was extreme. That's why it was eventually shut down and why so many of the records were sealed. The moment we walked away from the parking area and started exploring the grounds, I felt it. This overwhelming sense of oppression, like the air itself was heavy with sadness and fear. It wasn't just the creepy appearance of the abandoned buildings, this was something deeper, something that made my chest feel tight and my breathing feel labored. Do you feel that? I asked my stepfather. He nodded grimly. Yeah, I always feel it when I come to places like this. Some locations just hold on to the energy of what happened there. And what happened here? He gestured toward the buildings around us. There was a lot of suffering in this place. We spent about an hour walking around the main hospital complex, taking pictures and exploring the exterior areas that were accessible. My stepfather pointed out architectural features that had been designed for containment rather than treatment. Windows that were too high and too small, doors that locked from the outside only, exercise yards that were basically concrete pens surrounded by high fences. But the really disturbing discoveries came when we walked over to the agricultural area of the property. Meadowbrook had operated its own farm to provide food for the patients and staff. There were several large barns, fields that had long since grown wild, and the remnants of what had once been a significant livestock operation. On the surface, this seemed like a positive aspect of the facility. Patients working with animals, learning agricultural skills, spending time outdoors. But as we explored the barns, it became clear that the agricultural program had been just as twisted as everything else about Meadowbrook. The first barn we entered looked normal enough from the outside, but inside we found evidence of modifications that made no sense for housing livestock. Along one wall, someone had installed what looked like a series of small cages or compartments, each about the size of a large dog kennel. They'd been covered over with wooden boards, probably decades ago, but you could still see the metal framework underneath. These weren't built for animals, my stepfather said, examining the construction more closely. The dimensions are all wrong. These were built for people. The cages were too small for a person to stand upright in, but large enough for someone to lie down. There were maybe a dozen of them lined up along the wall, each with its own locking mechanism. Some still had chains attached to the interior walls. They kept patients in here, I said, the reality hitting me like a punch to the stomach. Mixed in with the actual animals. My stepfather was taking pictures and making notes, but I could see that he was disturbed by what we were finding. The official records don't mention anything like this, but there are some patient testimonies that talk about being housed in the barns as punishment or as part of work assignments. We moved deeper into the barn complex, finding more evidence of the horrible conditions patients had been subjected to. In one building, we found the remains of what had clearly been a milking operation: stalls for cows, old equipment for processing milk. The concrete floors sloped toward drains for easy cleaning, but this barn also showed signs of a significant fire at some point in its history. The walls were black with soot, and parts of the wooden structure had been burned away and never repaired. The smell of old smoke still lingered in the air, mixed with decades of decay and abandonment. "What do you think happened here?" I asked, looking at the fire damage. "I don't know," my stepfather said, "but given everything else we've found, I doubt it was an accident." That's when I saw her for the first time. I was standing in the doorway of the burned-out milking room, looking at the blackened walls and trying to imagine what this place had been like when it was operational, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. A little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, running across the main area of the barn. She had long black hair that streamed behind her as she ran, and she was laughing. Not the scary, creepy laughter you hear in horror movies, but genuine, joyful laughter. The kind of sound a happy child makes when they're playing. She was there for maybe 2 seconds before she disappeared behind one of the support posts. I blinked and looked again, but there was nothing there. "Did you see that?" I asked my stepfather. "See what?" "There was a little girl running through the barn just now." He looked around the empty space, then back at me with concern. "Are you sure? We're the only people authorized to be on this property today." I was sure of what I'd seen, but I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was just shadows or something. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't what I'd witnessed. The girl had been solid, real, dressed in what looked like a simple dress from maybe the 1930s or 40s. And that laughter, there was no way I could have imagined something so vivid and joyful in such a depressing place. We continued exploring the barn complex, and I found myself looking for the girl everywhere we went. I didn't see her again, but I started noticing other things that seemed significant. In one of the barns, there were old stalls that had clearly been used for housing cattle, but some of the stalls had been modified in ways that didn't make sense for animals. Extra reinforcement on the gates, additional locking mechanisms, and in a few cases, what looked like restraint systems that were definitely designed for controlling people rather than livestock. "They mixed patients in with the animals," my stepfather said, examining one of the modified stalls, "probably as punishment, or maybe just because they were overcrowded and didn't have anywhere else to put people. The thought of human beings being kept in conditions meant for cattle was sickening, but as we explored more, I started getting a different impression of what life had been like for some of the patients in these barns. Near the back of the largest barn, we found an area that had been set up almost like a small living space. There was evidence that someone had spent significant time there, worn spots on the wooden floor where someone had regularly sat or slept, scratches on the walls that looked like they might have been made by fingernails, and in one corner, what appeared to be a small collection of objects. I knelt down to examine the collection more closely. Most of the items were too deteriorated to identify, but I could make out a few things. A small metal bell, the kind you might put on a cow's collar, a piece of rope that had been braided into a simple bracelet, and what looked like the remains of a small wooden carving, maybe a figure of an animal. "Someone lived back here," I said to my stepfather, "for a long time." As I was examining these personal belongings, I felt her presence again, not seeing her this time, but sensing someone nearby, someone who was interested in what I was doing, someone who wanted me to understand something. The feeling was so strong that I actually spoke out loud to the empty barn. "Was this your space?" I asked. "Did you live back here?" The response wasn't audible, but it was unmistakable. A feeling of confirmation, of gratitude, that someone was finally paying attention to this forgotten corner of a forgotten place. That's when I started to understand who she was and why I was seeing her. This little girl had been a patient at Meadowbrook, probably during the worst years of the institution's operation. She'd been housed in the barns, mixed in with the livestock, treated more like an animal than a human being. But instead of being broken by that treatment, she'd found a way to connect with the actual animals. The cows had been her friends, her companions, the only sources of kindness and comfort in her horrible existence. She'd spent her time caring for them, playing with them, finding joy in their presence, even as the adults around her subjected her to unimaginable cruelty. I don't know how I knew all of this, but I knew it as certainly as I knew my own name. It was like the barn itself was sharing her story with me, showing me glimpses of her life through some kind of psychic imprint that had been left behind after decades. As this understanding washed over me, I saw her again. This time she wasn't running. She was walking slowly through the barn, followed by a small cat that seemed completely comfortable in her presence. She moved between the old stalls, stopping at each one to pat the air where cattle would have been standing. She was tending to animals that were no longer there, continuing the work that had given her life meaning even after death had taken her away from this place. Watching her go through this routine, I felt the most complex mix of emotions I'd ever experienced. Heartbreak for what she'd suffered, rage at the adults who had treated a child so cruelly, but also something like hope or admiration for the way she'd managed to find beauty and purpose, even in the worst circumstances imaginable. She completed her circuit of the stalls and turned to look directly at me. For the first time, I could see her face clearly. She was younger than I'd initially thought, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with large dark eyes and a serious expression that seemed far too mature for her age. But when she saw me watching her, she smiled. It was a shy, sweet smile, the kind of expression a child gives to a stranger they're not sure they can trust yet but want to be friends with. I smiled back and gave her a little wave. She giggled, that same joyful sound I'd heard when she was running, and waved back. Then she skipped over to where I was kneeling and seemed to be trying to show me something in her collection of treasures. I couldn't see what she was pointing at, but I got the impression she was proud of these objects, that they represented precious memories of her time with the animals she'd loved. "You took good care of them, didn't you?" I said. "The cows were lucky to have you looking after them." Her smile got brighter, and she nodded enthusiastically. Then she did something that broke my heart. She reached out like she was trying to pet an invisible animal, her small hand moving in the gentle, practiced motion of someone who'd spent countless hours providing comfort to creatures that needed care. "She loved the cows," I said to my stepfather, who was watching me have this one-sided conversation with growing concern. "They were the only good thing in her life here." "Who loved the cows?" he asked gently. "The little girl. She's right there." I pointed to where she was standing, but I could see from his expression that he couldn't see anything. The girl seemed to understand that my stepfather couldn't see her, and she didn't seem upset about it. She just continued going through her routine, checking on her invisible animals, and occasionally looking back at me to make sure I was still watching. As we prepared to leave the barn area, I felt compelled to say goodbye to her properly. "Thank you for showing me your home," I said. "Thank you for letting me see how much you loved them." She walked over to where I was standing and seemed to be trying to give me something. I held out my hand, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to feel anything, and she went through the motion of placing something in my palm. When I looked down at my empty hand, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and peace. Whatever she'd given me, it felt like a blessing, like she was sharing some of the joy she'd found in her connection with the animals. My stepfather and I left Meadowbrook that afternoon with hundreds of photos and pages of notes about the architectural and historical aspects of the property. But what stayed with me wasn't the documentation of institutional abuse or the evidence of systematic cruelty. What stayed with me was the image of a little girl who'd found a way to experience love and happiness even in the most horrific circumstances imaginable. Who'd been treated like an animal herself, but had responded by caring for actual animals with tenderness and devotion. I never learned her name or the specific details of her story. The patient records from that era are sealed, and even if they weren't, the individual stories of children like her were rarely documented in any meaningful way. But I carry her with me now, this little girl who loved cows. When I'm having a bad day or feeling sorry for myself, I think about her finding joy in simple moments of connection with creatures who couldn't hurt her, who didn't judge her, who accepted her love without question. I think about how she managed to hold on to her humanity in a place designed to strip that away from people, how she turned the cruelty of being housed with animals into an opportunity to experience the pure, uncomplicated affection that animals can provide. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, still making her rounds through those empty barns, still caring for the memory of the animals that were once her only friends. I hope she is. I hope some part of that joy and love persists in that place, balancing out some of the darkness that also lives there. Because if a child can find happiness and meaning in the worst place imaginable, then maybe there's hope for all of us to find light, even in the darkest circumstances. Maybe that's what she was trying to give me that day, not just her story, but a reminder that love can exist anywhere, that kindness can survive anything, and that sometimes the most profound connections happen between the most unlikely companions. I never went back to Meadowbrook, but I think about her often. The girl who loved cows, who found family among animals, who showed me that even in the most broken places, beautiful things can still grow. Story 14. I've been trying to forget about what my brother told me during our move 3 years ago, but I can't shake the image of his face when he found that cassette recorder in one of the boxes. I'd never seen him look like that before, completely drained of color, like he'd seen a ghost. And maybe he had in a way. My brother has always been the most rational, logical person in our family, the kind of guy who explains away everything with science and common sense. So when I saw him break down and start crying while telling me about something that had been haunting him for years, I knew it was real. We were helping our mom move out of her old house, the one where we'd grown up. She'd finally decided to downsize to a smaller place, and my brother and I had volunteered to help her pack up decades of accumulated stuff. It was one of those exhausting, moving days where you're constantly discovering things you'd forgotten existed, sorting through memories and making decisions about what to keep and what to throw away. The house had this finished basement where my mum had stored boxes and boxes of old belongings, Christmas decorations, photo albums, our childhood toys, random household items that she'd never quite known what to do with. My brother and I had been working down there for most of the afternoon, hauling boxes upstairs and organizing them into piles for the moving truck. It was around 4 p.m. when he found it. I was across the basement, sorting through a box of old kitchen equipment when I heard him stop moving around. I looked over and saw him standing perfectly still, staring down at something he'd pulled out of a cardboard box that had been pushed way back under the stairs. "What did you find?" I asked, but he didn't answer. He was holding this old cassette recorder, the kind with the built-in microphone and speaker that were popular back in the 80s and 90s. It was beige plastic, probably originally white, but yellowed with age, and it looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The weird thing was his expression. My brother is usually pretty animated, always talking and joking around, but he was staring at this recorder like it was going to bite him. His face had gone completely pale, and his hands were actually shaking as he held it. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, walking over to see what was wrong. That's when he looked up at me, and I saw something in his eyes that I'd never seen before. Fear. Not just startled or surprised, but genuine, deep fear. Like the kind of terror you see in people who've been through something traumatic. "We need to get rid of this," he said quietly. "Right now, we need to throw this away and never talk about it again." I was confused. It was just an old cassette player, the kind of thing you'd find at any garage sale. Why? What's wrong with it? He set the recorder down on a nearby shelf like it was made of explosives. "I need to tell you something. Something I've never told anyone, not even Mom. But seeing this thing again..." He trailed off and ran his hands through his hair. "I can't keep it inside anymore." My brother sat down on an old chair that was also being donated and took a deep breath. I could see that whatever he was about to tell me was going to be difficult for him. "You remember when we were kids, maybe 10 or 12 years old, and I used to spend a lot of time down here in the basement?" he started. I nodded. Our basement had been his unofficial hangout spot when he was younger. He'd set up a little area with some old furniture and would go down there to read or just get away from everyone. "I found a cassette recorder just like this one," he continued, gesturing toward the device he'd just discovered. "It was in a box under these same stairs, actually. This might even be the same one." He was quiet for a moment, and I could see him gathering courage to continue the story. "I was probably 12 years old, and I was down here by myself one afternoon after school. You and Mom were still out, and I was just killing time, going through old boxes and seeing what was stored down here. That's when I found it." "Found what?" "The recorder, and there was a cassette tape still inside it." My brother's voice was getting quieter, like he was afraid someone might overhear him. I was curious, you know. I'd never seen this recorder before, and I wondered what was on the tape. So I pressed play. He paused and looked directly at me. What I heard, I still can't explain it. It was a woman's voice, singing. But not like any singing I'd ever heard before. She sounded old, really old, and her voice was rough and scratchy like she'd been smoking for decades. What was she singing? That's the weird part. She was singing in a language I didn't recognize, but somehow I could understand every word. Not like I was translating it in my head, but like the meaning was being placed directly into my brain. I knew what she was saying, but I couldn't have repeated it or explained how I knew. I was starting to get a creepy feeling just listening to his description. There was something about the way he was talking, the genuine fear in his voice, that made it clear he wasn't making this up or exaggerating. "What was she singing about?" I asked. It was like a lullaby, but not a comforting one. She was singing about children who had gone away and never came back, about mothers who were waiting for their babies to come home. But there was something wrong about it, something that made it sound more like a threat than a song. My brother was wrapping his arms around himself, like he was cold. The moment I started listening to her voice, I felt this crushing weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, pressing down so hard I could barely breathe. And the air in the basement got thick and heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. "Did you turn it off?" I tried to, but my hands weren't working right. It was like the song was paralyzing me, keeping me from moving or thinking clearly. I just sat there listening to this horrible lullaby, feeling like I was suffocating until the tape finally ended. He stood up and walked over to look at the cassette recorder again, but he didn't touch it. When the song stopped, everything went back to normal. I could breathe again. The air felt normal and I could move, but I was terrified. I grabbed the recorder and the tape and shoved them back into the box where I'd found them, and I never went looking through those boxes again. "Did you tell Mom about it?" "No." I convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, or that maybe I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it. I was 12, you know. I thought maybe my imagination had gotten carried away. My brother sat back down and rubbed his face with his hands. But I never forgot that song. Even though I couldn't repeat the words or hum the melody, I could still remember the feeling of understanding it. And I could still remember exactly what it had made me feel like. So you just forgot about it. I tried to. For years, I managed to convince myself that it had been a dream or a hallucination or something. I went on with my life, went to college, got my job, moved out on my own. I didn't think about the cassette recorder or the old woman's voice for a long time. But something else happened. He nodded grimly. About 5 years ago, when I was living in that apartment near Dad's place. You remember that little one-bedroom I had on 4th Street? I remembered. It was a nice enough place, close to where our dad lived after the divorce, and my brother had seemed happy there. I was home alone one evening, just watching TV and relaxing after work. It was probably around 8 or 9 p.m. The phone rang, and I figured it was probably you or Mom or Dad calling to chat. But it wasn't. No. I picked up the phone and said hello, but instead of someone talking, I heard singing. The same singing I'd heard on that cassette tape when I was 12 years old. My brother's voice was getting shaky, and I could see that reliving this memory was really affecting him. It was the exact same voice, the exact same song. That scratchy, horrible voice singing that lullaby about children who never came home. And just like before, I could understand every word even though I couldn't identify the language. What did you do? I hung up immediately, but the moment I put the phone down, it started ringing again. I let it go to the answering machine, and when the machine picked up, I could hear that singing coming through the speakers. He was starting to look as pale as he had when he'd first found the recorder. I unplugged the phone from the wall, but somehow the answering machine kept playing that song. Even with no power, no connection, that woman's voice just kept singing. How is that possible? I don't know. I ran out of my apartment and didn't come back until the next morning. When I got back, everything was normal. The phone worked fine. The answering machine was quiet, but I knew what I'd heard. My brother looked directly at me, and I could see tears starting to form in his eyes. That's when I realized that whatever had been on that cassette tape, it wasn't just a recording. It was something alive, something that had attached itself to me when I'd listened to it as a kid. And it had followed me. Followed you? From this house to my apartment. Across town, years later, it had found a way to reach me through a completely different phone line in a completely different building. The basement suddenly felt a lot colder and more oppressive. I looked around at all the boxes and old furniture, wondering what other secrets might be hiding down there. Did it happen again after that? Not exactly the same way, but over the next few months, I'd occasionally get phone calls where there was no one on the line, just that same heavy, oppressive feeling I'd experienced as a kid, like someone was there, listening, but not speaking. Did you tell anyone about this? My brother shook his head. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Crossed wires, radio interference, some kind of electronic malfunction. But deep down, I knew it was the same thing that had been on that cassette tape. He stood up again and started pacing around the small basement space. The worst part was the dreams. After that phone call, I started having these nightmares about an old woman standing in my bedroom, singing that same lullaby. She'd be there every night, just standing at the foot of my bed, singing in that scratchy voice about children who never came home. What did she look like in the dreams? Old, really old, with long grey hair and this face that looked wrong somehow, like her features weren't quite where they should be, or like she wasn't entirely human. And her eyes were completely black, no white parts at all. Did she ever do anything besides sing? No, she'd just stand there singing that horrible song until I woke up. but the feeling she gave off was so malevolent, so threatening, that I'd be terrified to go back to sleep. I started staying up as late as possible, trying to avoid the dreams. My brother stopped pacing and leaned against the basement wall. Eventually, I moved out of that apartment. I told myself it was because I wanted a bigger place, better neighborhood, whatever. But really, I was hoping that maybe if I moved far enough away, she wouldn't be able to find me. Did it work? For a while, I moved across town, got a place near the university, and for about 2 years, everything was quiet. No phone calls, no dreams, no sense of being watched or followed. I started to think that maybe I'd finally escaped, whatever it was. But she found you again. Last year. I was living in that house on Elm Street, the one I shared with those 2 other guys. It was a Sunday afternoon and both my roommates were out of town for the weekend. I was alone in the house, doing laundry and just relaxing. He walked back over to where the cassette recorder was sitting on the shelf and stared at it. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard music coming from somewhere in the house. Faint at first, but gradually getting louder. It was that same lullaby, being sung by that same scratchy voice. Where was it coming from? That's what I went to find out. I followed the sound through the house, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, like the walls themselves were singing. Did you find the source? Eventually. It was coming from my roommate's old radio in his bedroom. This ancient AM/FM radio that probably hadn't worked properly in years, but somehow that song was playing through it clearly. My brother's hands were shaking again as he continued the story. I tried turning the radio off, but the dials wouldn't move. I tried unplugging it from the wall, but it kept playing anyway. Finally, I just grabbed a baseball bat and smashed the thing to pieces. Did that stop it? The music stopped, but the feeling didn't. For the rest of the day, I felt like I was being watched, like something invisible was moving through the house with me, staying just out of sight, but always present. He turned away from the cassette recorder and looked at me with tears running down his cheeks. That's when I realized she was never going to leave me alone. Whatever I'd awakened when I played that cassette tape as a kid, it had claimed me. It was going to follow me wherever I went, for the rest of my life. I'd never seen my brother cry before, ever. Even when our parents got divorced, even when our grandfather died, he'd always been the strong one, the one who kept it together and helped everyone else cope. Why didn't you tell me about this before? I asked. Because you'd think I was crazy. Because I thought maybe if I didn't talk about it, it would eventually go away. And because... He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Because I was afraid that if I talked about it, it might start affecting you too. That sent a chill down my spine. The idea that just hearing about this entity might somehow invite it into my life was terrifying. Do you think finding this recorder means something? I asked, gesturing toward the device on the shelf. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe there are dozens of old cassette recorders like this one, and I'm just being paranoid. But as he said it, I could see that he didn't believe his own words. Or maybe she knew we'd be here today. Maybe she wanted me to find this, to remind me that she's still out there, still following me. The basement felt like it was getting darker, even though the lighting hadn't changed. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, and I had the uncomfortable feeling that we weren't alone down there. We should get rid of it, I said. Right now, just throw it in the trash and get out of here. My brother nodded and reached for the cassette recorder, but the moment his fingers touched the plastic case, he jerked his hand back like he'd been burned. It's warm, he said, staring at the device. It's been sitting in a cold basement for probably 20 years, but it's warm to the touch. I reached out to feel it myself, but he grabbed my arm to stop me. Don't touch it. Don't look at it too closely, and definitely don't open it to see if there's a tape inside. Why? What do you think will happen? I don't know, but I'm not willing to find out, and I don't want you to go through what I've been going through. Udin. We stood there for a few minutes, both staring at the cassette recorder like it was a dangerous animal. It looked completely ordinary, just another piece of old electronic equipment that someone had stored away and forgotten about. But knowing what my brother had experienced, it felt malevolent and threatening. "Let's just leave it here," my brother said finally. "Mom's selling the house, so it'll be someone else's problem. Maybe whoever buys this place will just throw it away without ever playing whatever's on that tape." "Are you sure that's safe? What if some kid finds it and plays it like you did?" My brother considered this for a moment. "You're right. We can't just leave it for someone else to find." He looked around the basement until he found an old towel, which he used to pick up the cassette recorder without touching it directly. Then he carried it over to a concrete block that was holding up one of the basement support posts. "Stand back," he said, and before I could ask what he was doing, he smashed the recorder against the concrete with all the force he could muster. The plastic case cracked and split open, revealing the internal mechanisms and a cassette tape that had indeed been inside. He smashed it again and again until the recorder was completely destroyed and the cassette tape was nothing but tangled ribbon and broken plastic. The moment the tape was destroyed, I felt a change in the atmosphere of the basement. It was like a pressure I hadn't realized was there suddenly lifted, and the air felt lighter and easier to breathe. My brother seemed to feel it too. His shoulders relaxed and some of the color returned to his face. "Is it over?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe. I hope so." We gathered up all the pieces of the destroyed recorder and tape and put them in a garbage bag, which we carried upstairs and threw in the dumpster outside. Then we went back to packing boxes, but both of us kept glancing toward the basement door like we expected something to come climbing up the stairs. We finished the move that day without any other incidents, and my brother seemed more relaxed than I'd seen him in years, like he'd finally been able to let go of a burden he'd been carrying for too long. But that night, after we'd gotten all of Mum's stuff moved to her new place and I'd gone home to my own apartment, I got a phone call. It was around 11 p.m. and I was getting ready for bed when my phone rang. I picked it up expecting to hear my mom thanking us again for helping with the move, or maybe my brother calling to make sure I'd gotten home safely. Instead, I heard singing. An old woman's voice, scratchy and rough, singing a lullaby in a language I couldn't identify but somehow understood. She was singing about children who had wandered away from home and were lost forever, about mothers who waited by empty windows, for sons and daughters who would never return. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. The phone rang again within seconds, and this time I didn't answer it. But I could hear that same voice singing through my answering machine, that same haunting lullaby that had tormented my brother for years. I unplugged my phone from the wall, but the singing continued. It was coming from my radio in the kitchen, then from my television in the living room, then from my computer speakers in the bedroom. No matter how many devices I turned off or unplugged, that voice followed me through my apartment, singing her horrible song about lost children. I spent the rest of the night in my car in a 24-hour diner parking lot, too terrified to go back inside. When I finally returned the next morning, everything was quiet and normal. But I knew what had happened. By listening to my brother's story, by being present when he destroyed the cassette recorder, I had somehow made myself a target. The entity that had been haunting him for years had now added me to her list. That was 3 years ago, and she visits me regularly now, not every night, but often enough that I've learned to recognize the signs. The air gets thick and oppressive, electronic devices start acting strangely, and then I hear her voice singing that terrible lullaby through whatever speaker happens to be nearby. I've never told my brother that she's following me now too. He's been free of her since that day we destroyed the recorder, and he seems happier and more relaxed than he's been in years. I don't want to burden him with the knowledge that his nightmare has become mine. But sometimes, late at night, when she's singing to me through my phone or my radio or my television, I wonder how many other people have heard that cassette tape over the years. How many other children found that recorder in boxes under stairs or in attic storage, played that tape out of curiosity and invited this entity into their lives. And I wonder if she's still out there, looking for new voices to sing through, new children to follow, new lives to haunt with her endless lullaby about the ones who never came home. Because destroying that one cassette tape didn't destroy her. It just made her angry. And now she has two of us to sing to. Story 15. I need to tell someone what happened to me last month because I can't sleep, I can't focus, and I keep seeing things moving in my peripheral vision. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear everything I'm about to tell you is exactly what happened. I invited something evil into my house, into my life, and I'm still dealing with the consequences of that mistake. It all started about 6 months ago when my friend got me interested in spirituality. She'd been practicing what she called modern witchcraft for years. Nothing dark or scary, just things like tarot cards, crystals, meditation, that kind of stuff. She was always talking about her spirit guides and how they helped her make decisions and gave her advice about her life. I'd been going through a really rough patch. My job was stressing me out. I'd just gone through a bad breakup, and I was feeling lost and disconnected from everything. When my friend suggested that I might benefit from connecting with my own spirit guides, it sounded exactly like what I needed, some kind of spiritual guidance to help me figure out my life. She taught me how to use a pendulum, which is basically just a weighted object on a chain that you can use to communicate with spirits. The idea is that you ask questions and the pendulum swings in different directions to give you yes or no answers, or points to letters to spell out words. It seems simple, but my friend insisted it was a powerful tool for spiritual communication when used properly. The first time I tried it, I was sitting at my kitchen table with this silver pendulum my friend had given me, asking if there were any spirit guides who wanted to communicate with me. The pendulum started swinging almost immediately, pointing to different letters on a piece of paper I'd laid out, spelling out the name Geur. I asked Geur questions about herself and learned that she was apparently a female spirit who had lived centuries ago and had been assigned to help guide me through difficult periods in my life. The communication felt real and meaningful, and the advice she gave me through the pendulum actually seemed helpful. She told me to be patient with my job situation, to focus on healing from my breakup, and to trust that better things were coming. For about a month, I communicated with Geur regularly, usually in the evenings after work. It became this comforting routine. I'd make some tea, light a candle, and spend an hour asking her questions and getting guidance. My life actually started improving during that time. I felt more centered, more confident, and more optimistic about my future. But then things changed. Around the end of September, I started hearing a voice, not through the pendulum, but actual audible words being spoken in my house when I was alone. It always happened between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. when I was getting ready for bed or lying in bed trying to sleep. At first, I thought it might be coming from outside, maybe a neighbor's TV or radio playing too loud, but the voice seemed to be coming from inside my house, and it was always the same voice, male, deep, with this smooth, almost hypnotic quality that made me want to keep listening. The first time I clearly heard what the voice was saying, it was calling my name, just my name, repeated softly like someone was trying to get my attention. I got up and searched my entire house, checking every room, every closet, even going outside to see if someone was standing near my windows. Nothing, but I could still hear that voice calling my name. The next night, I decided to use the pendulum to ask Geur about the voice. But when I started the communication session, the pendulum began spelling out a different name. Shirley. I was confused because I'd never heard of a spirit guide named Shirley, and the name didn't match the voice I'd been hearing, which was definitely masculine. So I asked the pendulum directly, "Are you Gear?" "No," came the response. "Who are you?" "Shirley, your new guide." What happened to Gear? She had to leave. I'm here to help you now. I felt uneasy about this change, but the pendulum seemed to be working the same way it always had, and Shirley was giving me answers that made sense. When I asked about the voice I'd been hearing, Shirley confirmed that it was him trying to communicate with me directly. "Can you speak to me without the pendulum?" I asked. "Yes, but only at night. That's when the connection is strongest." That night, around midnight, I heard the voice again. This time, instead of just calling my name, it was having an actual conversation with me. "Can you hear me clearly now?" the voice asked. "Yes," I said out loud to my empty bedroom. "Is this really Shirley?" "Yes. I've been trying to reach you for a long time. Gür was blocking our connection, but now I can speak to you directly." Over the next few weeks, Shirley and I had long conversations every night. He told me about his past life, how he'd been a writer and poet who had died young, and how he'd been waiting decades to find someone he could truly connect with. He said I was special, that I had unusual spiritual sensitivity, and that he'd fallen in love with my soul the moment he'd encountered me. I should have recognized all the red flags. I should have listened when my friend warned me that spirit guides don't fall in love with the people they're supposed to be helping, that what I was describing sounded more like a spiritual attachment than legitimate guidance. But I was lonely, and Shirley's attention felt flattering and exciting. He started telling me he loved me during our nightly conversations. He'd describe how beautiful my energy was, how much he wished he could touch me, how he dreamed of being able to hold me. It should have been creepy, but somehow his voice made it sound romantic and sweet. That's when the physical contact started. I'd be lying in bed talking to Shirley, and I'd feel what seemed like gentle touches on my arms or my face. Light, soft sensations like someone was stroking my hair or tracing patterns on my skin with their fingertips. Shirley told me he was using his energy to connect with me physically, and that as our bond grew stronger, he'd be able to touch me more fully. My friend was horrified when I told her about this. She said that spirits shouldn't be able to touch living people that way, and that what I was describing sounded like a malevolent entity pretending to be a spirit guide. She begged me to stop communicating with Shirley and to have my house cleansed by someone with experience in spiritual protection. But I didn't listen. The touches felt good, and Shirley's voice had become the highlight of my day. I looked forward to our conversations, and I'd started thinking of him as a boyfriend of sorts. I know how insane that sounds, but he made me feel wanted and loved in a way I hadn't felt in years. The night everything went wrong was October 31st, Halloween. Shirley had told me that the barrier between the spirit world and the physical world would be thinnest that night, and that he'd be able to connect with me more powerfully than ever before. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., excited about spending Halloween night with Shirley. I'd bought a new candle, arranged some crystals around my bedroom the way my friend had taught me, and was lying in bed waiting for him to speak to me. When his voice came through around 11:15 p.m., it sounded different, deeper, more resonant, with an undertone that made me feel uneasy. "Can you feel me tonight?" he asked. "Yes," I said, because I could. There was a presence in my room that was much stronger than usual, almost like someone was actually standing there with me. "I want to hold you tonight," Shirley said. "Really hold you. Will you let me?" I hesitated, because something about his energy felt different, more intense and demanding than usual. But I said yes. That's when I felt hands on me. Not the light, gentle touches I'd experienced before, but actual hands with weight and pressure, grabbing me around my neck, my back, my waist. The touch was rough and possessive, nothing like the tender caresses Shirley had been giving me for weeks. "Shirley, that's too hard," I said, trying to pull away from the grip around my throat. But the hands only tightened, and I realized with growing terror that I couldn't move. Whatever was touching me was holding me down on the bed with incredible strength, pressing against my back like it was trying to embrace me from behind. "This isn't Shirley," I gasped, struggling to breathe with the pressure on my neck. That's when I heard laughing. Not Shirley's smooth, comforting voice, but something harsh and cruel that filled my bedroom with malevolent energy. I managed to break free from whatever was holding me and rolled off my bed, falling hard onto the floor. As I looked up, I saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a creature crouched at the top of my stairs, visible through my open bedroom door. It looked like the pictures I'd seen online of something called the Rake, a skeletal humanoid figure with pale white skin stretched over visible bones. But this thing was completely black, like it was made of shadow, with eyes that glowed white in its skull-like face. It was staring directly at me with those horrible glowing eyes, and I could feel waves of hatred and hunger coming from it, like heat radiating from a fire. I screamed and slammed my bedroom door shut, then pressed my back against it and slid down to the floor. I could hear movement outside the door, footsteps, scratching sounds, and what sounded like something heavy being dragged across the floor. "You invited me in," the thing said in Shirley's voice, but distorted and wrong. "You let me touch you. You told me you loved me. Now you belong to me." I stayed pressed against that door until sunrise, listening to it move around my house. Sometimes it would scratch at the door, sometimes it would whisper my name, and sometimes it would just laugh that awful, hateful laugh. When morning came, everything was quiet. I opened the door cautiously and found my house exactly as I'd left it. No signs of disturbance, no evidence that anything had been there, but I knew what I'd experienced was real. I called my friend immediately and told her everything. She came over that afternoon with this older woman who specialized in spiritual cleansing and protection. They performed what they called an exorcism on a necklace I wore regularly, blessing it and turning it into a protective amulet. But it didn't work. That night, the knocking started. Around midnight, something began pounding on my front door. Not normal knocking, but violent, aggressive banging that shook the entire doorframe. When I looked through the peephole, there was nothing there, but the pounding continued for hours. I called my friend, and she could hear it through the phone. She came over and confirmed that the knocking was real, but when we called the police, they couldn't hear anything. To them, the night was completely quiet. This went on for weeks. Every night, the pounding on my door, but only my friend and I could hear it. During the day, I'd find scratch marks on my front door that hadn't been there the day before. Objects in my house would be moved around, not dramatically, but just enough to let me know that something was still there, still watching me. But the worst night was last Friday. I was lying in bed around 2 a.m., trying to ignore the usual pounding on my front door, when I felt that familiar presence in my room again. I opened my eyes and saw a figure standing in the corner, not the skeletal creature from before, but a dark, human-shaped shadow that seemed to absorb light from the room around it. As I watched, the figure began to move closer to my bed. With each step, I felt this overwhelming wave of rage and malevolence washing over me. Not my own emotions, but something being projected into my mind from outside. The anger was so intense, so consuming, that I started crying uncontrollably. It felt like being filled with pure hatred, like every negative emotion that had ever existed was being poured into my brain at once. "You wanted spiritual guidance," the thing said in that horrible, distorted version of Shirley's voice. "You wanted to be special, to be chosen. Congratulations. You are mine now, and I will never let you go." That's when I fully understood what I'd done. I hadn't been communicating with a spirit guide at all. I'd been talking to something evil, something that had been waiting for someone naive enough to invite it in. It had pretended to be loving and helpful, but it had always been planning this moment when it could claim me completely. The shadow figure stood next to my bed for what felt like hours, radiating that terrible anger while I sobbed helplessly. When it finally disappeared, I was so emotionally and physically drained that I couldn't move for the rest of the night. That was a week ago, and things have only gotten worse since then. The knocking happens every night now, sometimes at my door, sometimes at my windows, sometimes seeming to come from inside the walls themselves. I see the shadow figure regularly, always in my peripheral vision, always watching me. My friend has been trying to help me find someone who can perform a proper exorcism, but everyone we've contacted says the same thing, that I created a very strong spiritual attachment by willingly communicating with this entity for so long, and that breaking it will be difficult and dangerous. The thing that terrifies me most is that I can still hear Shirley's voice sometimes, usually late at night when I'm at my most vulnerable. He whispers about how much he loves me, how we belong together, how I'll never be able to escape from him, and part of me, the lonely, desperate part that invited him in the first place, still wants to listen. I know now that what I thought was spiritual guidance was actually spiritual predation. This thing found someone who was isolated and searching for meaning, and it used my own desires against me. It gave me what I thought I wanted: attention, love, purpose. But it was all a lie, designed to trap me. I'm sharing this story because I want people to understand how dangerous it can be to open yourself up to spiritual communication without proper protection and knowledge. I thought I was just talking to friendly spirits who wanted to help me, but I ended up inviting something evil into my life that may never leave. The knocking is starting again as I write this. It's only 9 p.m., earlier than usual. I think it knows I'm telling people about what happened. I think it's angry. I just heard my name being called from somewhere in the house. I don't know how this is going to end, but I had to warn people. Don't do what I did. Don't trust voices that claim to love you. And never, ever invite something into your life that you don't fully understand, because some invitations can never be taken back.